Larry Kwedirai. I'm a writer, I'm a podcaster, I'm a broadcaster, and a digipreneur in general. So there's a lot of other things I do. I knit, so I don't think that goes onto my resume. I never sold anything that I've knitted. Always given them away, and they get re-gifted. So that says a lot of things about my skills. So I don't know whether they're like, oh, this is so nice, I had to give it to charity. Charity, a person, by the way, not the. So, yeah, Kenyan laugh, you see it. So we're going to start. Just going to get a mic down the side, get everybody to sort of like get acquainted, and then we get straight into the program. Got a lot of exciting, action-packed things happening today. So we're going to start here and just pass the mic along. Just introduce yourself and what you do.
All right. I was about to tweet that someone just introduced themselves in a way I'm going to have it, so I'll do that just now. I'm Kudzai Baiwa. I am an ecosystem specialist. I'm an enterprise development consultant. I am a digital transformation person. But a lot like Larry, I'm also a podcaster, broadcaster, and demon caster.
Thank you so much. Makadi inini starangu ndinonzi Munyaradzi Muzenda. Ndinobva ku Zimbabwe. I am a marketer by profession. I like marketing what is inside a person, marketing visions, dreams, and aspirations of people. Asante sana.
Yo, when you said like market was inside a person, I was like, does this guy harvest organs? I don't know.
Jambo everyone, I'm Faisal Malik from Kenya. I'm a wildlife filmmaker and a book publisher with augmented reality. Happy to be here again and met a lot of nice guys this time, and sad today is the last day, but good things come to an end at some point.
Good morning everyone. My name is Sitezo Towen Gabriel from Cameroon. I'm a civic tech specialist working on open data and e-government in Cameroon. So I'm happy to be there. Yes, thank you.
Good morning everyone. My name is Denzel. I am from Zimbabwe. I am a community manager at Afrotopia, and my goal ultimately is to free people and allow them to be themselves and to build communities that will change lives and generations. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Liz Kilili. I run an organization in Kenya called Creatives Garage. We support creatives from training them, helping them create their works and taking their works to market. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
From Uganda, they say good morning for some reason. My name is Komora. I'm an artist. I'm a singer-songwriter, guitarist, sessional guitar player, player, and I'm also a designer from Kenya, and happy to be here. My first time in Hivos, and I'm really, really happy to be here. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Izukanji. I'm from Zambia. I'm a teacher, civic education teacher. I thought I should come and learn from you guys. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm a bit scared. Every time there's a teacher in the room, I feel like I did something naughty.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Ocheng from Kenya. I'm a fashion model. And also a researcher by profession. Thank you.
Good morning, creatives. My name is Fred Barunji from Uganda. I am the operations and coordinator of the Great African Art Banner, a project or concept you'll be learning about in a few. I am an information technologist, old school though, because I'm not even on Facebook. And yet, yeah, so because, I mean, there's a lot that happens there and I couldn't keep up. So I'm a bit old school, but I'm still an information technologist. So yeah, that's what I am. I am happy to be here. First time at the African Crossroads, and I'm loving it so much. I am actually feeling a bit jealous that I've been missing out all this time. Because I've had Marrakesh, I've had Mombasa, I've had, but, it always starts from somewhere. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jay Shapiro from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm also a fashion model. That's amazing. Wow. There's two of us here. I had no idea. We have to talk later, okay? For sure. In my spare time, I'm the founder of Osiku Games in Kenya and the chairman of Pan Africa Gaming Group. You heard me speak yesterday and give my whole spiel, so that's me. First time at Crossroads. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sharif. I'm from Cairo. I'm a partner, founder, and chief operating officer for MQR Spaces. We are workspaces specialized for creating and managing spaces for entrepreneurs, creatives. It's my third time in African Crossroads. Went to Marrakesh and Mombasa, and really excited for what we will see today. Thank you so much.
No, you. Habari yenu? That is asubuhi. We're Africans. We have to learn from each other's languages. How we say hello. So habari is Swahili, which is say hello. Swahili now I think is accepted as at the African Union as one of the languages. I think the most widely spoken, perhaps. So yes, and I'm also going to be happy to learn how people say greetings, in Shona, in Debele, in Soha, and all that. But anyway, my name is Peter Achayo. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm an art writer, archivist. Is there such a word? Yeah, and just an enthusiast of the African art practice in general. So I write about it, talk about it, and make noise about it. Thank you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. So, because he missed the Arabic, and there is a whole North African nation up there. My name is Abdel Qadir, or you can call me Ahmed. That's my last name. Because you can't probably say Abdel Qadir. I work with Sharif. We've been working together for the past 15 years. We start businesses, we start movements. I'm part of the team that starts things. We started co-working spaces in Egypt back in 2012. We started, now we're the biggest in Egypt with 50,000 square meters to manage. We started an events company in 2013 to manage events like these, and we started an e-commerce company in 2020. So we're here, we're very happy to meet everyone here, and we have 2 panels today. Please make sure if you want to miss right now, okay, and come back at 12. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nandi Lorna. I am a lawyer by profession. I wonder what I'm doing here, but I hope to get some guidance from you guys. So I work with a firm called Nchito and Nchito Advocates, and we're more of a litigation firm, though when we incorporate our art, or our profession in the art, we also give services like intellectual property, and we also deal with tech law, actually. So I'm very happy to be here, and I hope to learn a lot from you guys. Thank you.
Where are you from? From here? Okay, so from Zambia. Okay, so literally just round the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi guys, I'm Saif. I'm the 3rd Egyptian Musketeer. I come from the venture capital world. I used to work for VCs for the last 10 years, whether on the impact investing side or the fintech. I used to manage the first fintech focused fund in Egypt for a few years, and decided last year to move into the entrepreneur's shoe in a very interesting time in the world. I started a fintech company for SME lending. We do working capital finance, and we also do SaaS products for lending companies. We're mainly focused in Egypt, but hopefully soon we would expand into more North Africa and hopefully even Southern in the coming future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, or as they say in Zambia, Mubwanje. Mulibwanje. Mulibwanje. My name is Boniface Mwali from Kenya, obviously. I'm a communication consultant. I've been working in the arts and culture space for about 15 years now. Worked in different spaces from the media. I worked for the Nation Media Group as a correspondent, covering arts and culture. I also do a lot of publicity work for practitioners in the arts and culture space. I worked with a festival in Nairobi called Blankets and Wine as their marketing and communication lead for about 6 years. Currently, my practice entails more, collaboration with the artists themselves. So I handle more of the project management, communication, and stakeholder management for the projects that I'm involved with. I'm also currently a student, a master's student, pursuing a degree in international studies. So my interest in that space is to look at the role of arts and culture in driving this message of climate change and climate justice through the platforms that we work with. Again, I work very closely with journalists as the chair of the Entertainment and Arts Journalists Association in Kenya. So we are a collective of journalists who have a focus in arts and culture and really pushing the narrative and policy scope for arts and culture within the Kenyan system. So I'm very delighted to be here. I've been a member of African Crossroads for, I think, about 5 years since the beginning, but I've never actually been in any of the physical gatherings. I've attended many of the virtual ones. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Morning. That was not morning. That was morning. As in, hi. My name is Dennis Iman. I'm from Malawi, the only one, second time in a row that I'm attending the African Crossroads physical gathering. The first one was in Marrakesh. I was the only Malawian, came to Lusaka. 6 hours drive into Lilongwe. I'm still the only one. So, yeah, it happens. My LinkedIn says I'm a new father, a creative facilitator, freelancer, idealist, and a community builder. That's a lot of hats to wear. But I'm a co-founder of a creative agency which also works as a management agency for creatives in Malawi. It's multidisciplinary, so we work with different genre of creatives. And what we do is more of provide professional support to the unprofessional or marginalized artists in Malawi. I also support the first tech hub in Malawi. It's called M-Hub, and I work as their creative consultant. So most of the projects that we do around the creatives, I consult for them. And during my free time, I walk around the country. Now, I can say I walk around the continent with this placard for so many reasons that the governments have to respond, and I'll share with you about that in a bit. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Saida Nash Carter. I am a proud member of the diaspora living in Cape Town, South Africa. In the US, I hail from a combination of New York, Atlanta, and DC. I'm going to be talking a lot more about what I do in just a few, so I'm going to pass the mic, but this is my first Crossroads, and I'm super pleased to be here.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Tatenda Kanigoni. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a freelance media practitioner. I work as a writer, multimedia journalist, and a researcher. I've been part of the African Crossroads family since 2019. I attended the gathering in Mombasa. So yeah, I believe I'm part of a panel later on today, and I'll speak more about my passion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chibwelumpa. I work with Barefoot Theatre. I work in project management and communications.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kapembo Msanya, and I volunteer with Barefoot Theatre.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siwoni Lemugundlulwa. I also work with Barefoot as a volunteer for creative spaces like this one. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mulipwanji. He just taught you. My name is Grace Banda. I'm an arts manager. I work with Barefoot Theatre. We work with young people. We create opportunities, make amazing art, and also find connections for the young people to create more work. Thank you very much. Oh, and this is I've been part of the African Crossroads for a few years, but this is my first physical meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teboho Mgwenya. I'm from South Africa. I'm the founder of a company called Onke Solutions. Our work is to preserve African languages into digital media by creating games that are play through learning. Can I say so? Okay. Should I start from the beginning? My name is Teboho. I'm from South Africa. I'm a founder of a company called Onke Solutions. Our work is to preserve African languages into digital media for the future generations to embrace, and also have set a trend of creating African-themed projects. Our work is to preserve our languages. Like I said, yeah. If you have any languages that you find are indigenous, please talk to me, and we're gonna put it on our platform and embrace our continent.
Hello. Good morning. My name is O'Brien Makore. I'm an urban planning consultant. I'm also a manager of a creative hub called Action Hub, which is an incubation space for young creatives where they connect, ideate, and produce critical audiovisual content which challenges repressive societal norms. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Lona Okeng. I am an Afro optimist, first and foremost. But professionally, I am a creative technologist. My work sits at the intersection of art, culture, and tech, and I will be speaking a bit about that shortly. This is my second Crossroads. I was at the first in Marrakesh and so thrilled to be here. Oh yes, I come from the state of Uganda.
Mulibwanje, Mulibwanje. My name is Rukunde Emmanuel. I'm from Kampala, Uganda. I'm a creative technologist, so I use emerging tech like VR, virtual reality, and augmented reality to tell cultural and heritage stories. This is my first Crossroads. I'm thrilled to be here. I love the themes around disruption and renewal. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I was going to try speak in one of our languages, but I'm not cool enough to do it, to pull it off properly. My name is Stephanie Kapfunde. I am from Zimbabwe. I am a creativepreneur, and that's expressed through digital communications, and more recently in the food service industry. I'm also a thinker for work. And then I am the managing director of Enthuse Africa, that's the digital comms side. And then I also mentor young digital creatives in the digital arts through Afrotopia Hub. And what else do I do? I had to write this down. Oh yes, and I'm also the vice chair of Arterial Network Africa. Yeah, thank you.
Morning, guys. Habari za asubuhi. That's Swahili. Hi, my name is Nkume Mtingwa from Tanzania. This is my third AC, in the sense of like the digital one in 2021. That was my first one. The second one we did last year online, and this is my first physical attendance. I work in Tanzania. I run a production company called Kijiji Works. Mostly we help businesses to grow, and we produce content, critical content. And apart from this media things we produce on media, we also support animal welfare. Yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Morning, Mangwana ni Shona. I don't know if you can say it, Mangwana. My name is Takura Heroes. I think you saw me yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shamiso, the project officer for African Crossroads. I think you see me writing a lot of emails to some of you. I am a friend of the creatives and I'm with Hivos. Thank you.
Sawubona, Molweni, Dumelang. Assalamu alaikum. I am Zahira, but I also have a Xhosa name, which is Nokuzola. I was given it last year, and it means someone who likes to bring harmony. But Zahira means luminescent, and my grandfather, when I was a kid, called me Makulukanda, which I took literally. I thought it means in isiZulu big head. So I thought that I did really literally have a big head, but he said it was because I was intelligent. So I'm going to hold on to that. I'm talking in half an hour, so I'm not going to go in too much about my work. It'll be repetitive. But I founded 3 companies in the last 13 years. I'm an urbanist, researcher, and entrepreneur. And I'm working on my 4th book. And over my session, I'll be passing around my books, my previous books, to have a look. And I also have panel discussion at 4 p.m. here. Sorry, workshop that was from yesterday to today. So please join. And the rest we'll speak to later.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dennis Mwaura. I go by the name DJ Mura. I'm a DJ and audio producer from Nairobi, Kenya. I run a music studio called Top Class Sounds. I'm also part of the music creation team on African Crossroads with my brother Cizo from Eswatini. And I'm so happy and delighted to be here. And I'm looking forward to keep on connecting with everyone today. And just to mention, the music that we've been playing during our breaks is the music that we've produced under African Crossroads. There's a project we produced in Mombasa in 2019. We also worked on another project in 2021. And currently, we are also working on another EP together with Cizo. And I can't wait for you guys to hear what we are working on. Otherwise, I'm so happy and super blessed to be here.
He's the most DJ looking guy I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Cizo from Cizo Shope from Eswatini. I'm co-founder of Antidote Music. It's a record label that we started in 2012. We were students and we didn't know what we were doing. We just loved music. But then it turned out to be the first record label to put music on the internet in Eswatini. And over the years, we've been working with artists from possibly all over, doing skills exchange with musicians from Eswatini. And eventually, when we moved back to Eswatini, we started Antidote Culture Foundation, which at the moment we're running an accelerator program for podcasters, producers, singer-songwriters, and DJs. And next to me is Larry, who has visited us as a mentor in Eswatini. So thanks to African Crossroads for this kind of connections. So yeah, that's me.
I don't deal well with attention.
Speaking of attention, you have your sister over here. Hi everyone, good morning. It's so great to see you. I've been a member of African Crossroads since its inception in 2018. I started there as a facilitator and host, if you guys remember. And then since then, 2018 as well in Mombasa, where I presented a short documentary on the influence of the Lamu port in the culture of Lamu in eastern Kenya, in the Swahili coast. And yeah, and you saw my film yesterday that I curated, not my film, but that I selected. I'm based in Nairobi. My mother is from Mogadishu, my dad is from Khartoum. I was born in Libya, lived in N'Djamena for many years. So I'm definitely a child of the eastern north part of Africa. Very happy to be here in Zambia. My background is in art, film, theater for social change, social justice. But I'm also somebody who does a lot of like programming and production with a lot of different artists and creatives. And I'm very happy to be part of this network. Thank you for having me. And my favorite person in the world, Lisa, is about to introduce herself. Lisa, get up. Lisa, you don't want to public speak, go ahead.
Anyway, so Lisa Kibutu from the Swahili coast of Kenya, and you'll hear more about my story at the next presentation. But I'm happy to be here. I helped host the second African Crossroads in Mombasa, and I was involved with the Little Theatre Club, which is one of the venues. And I, of course, love this community, and they represent everything that I am.
Aww.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, that was loud. My name is Umtumbe Karuki, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of a startup in Kenya called Fastaga. It's an AI startup, mainly focused on democratizing AI. We've been building data sets that are African and building machine learning algorithms based on that. This is my first time here, so it's very interesting. You know, with the activist and art side, well, I mean, last week I was just purely with like PhDs in computer vision. We were told like we were the most serious group that they'd ever seen, and now there's a lot more life with the people I'm hanging out with today. So I just like the intersection. No, but I think I really believe that the intersection between the two is like the most important for innovation, and I'm happy to be here.
Barizenu, Ohio. Hi, howdy. I'm Suzanne Mieko Thompson Wambua. I'm from the Trust for Indigenous Culture and Health in Kenya. I'm American and Japanese immigrant in Kenya. Mieko, so my middle name is my mother's name. It's Japanese, and it, like the little translation is three-branch child. And I like to think that it's like Japan, the U.S., and Kenya. So, it was like destined to be down here. I am a creative and an organizer, and I like to hold spaces for creatives and collaborate with people and make cool things happen for social change, for climate justice, for beauty. I'm the one who sat on the stage yesterday and took you through meditation. Nice to see you. This is my first time here, so it's exciting. Thanks.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Kelvin Tesojiraji. I'm an elect engineer by training, but I love agriculture. I'm the founder of AgriTech Hub and Tembi Kaswa. I currently serve as the managing director for Africa for the African Chamber of Digital Commerce, headquartered in Minnesota, USA, with the goal of accelerating the adoption of emerging technology, AI, blockchain on the continent. I am an AI and blockchain enthusiast. I currently founded the African Blockchain and AI Alliance, which the next 10 years I'll be committed to driving the adoption of AI on the continent. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my second Crossroad. First was in Mombasa. I'm excited to reconnect with some of my friends. And then my amazing partner, Bonnie. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nekesa, which means born during harvest. I have worked in the tech and innovation space for, I'll say, about 20 years now. Although I identify most as a community builder. I love to connect individuals to each other, and I love to connect them to communities where they can thrive. And I also love to support communities to plug into ecosystems. And so that's what I've been doing. If words like the iHub make any sense to you, I worked there. Or if words like AfriLabs make any sense to you, I worked there. I've been a member of African Crossroads since 2015. And it's been one of the most safe, most exciting spaces for me. And so I'm very grateful to the creators of African Crossroads. I drove here, and so it took me about a week to get here, Nairobi, Lusaka. And I have to say that my heart is in Malawi. That was my favorite. That was my favorite getting here, and so I'm already making plans to go back. Thank you.
No one says my heart is in Zimbabwe ever. Except we're like, yeah, where's your heart in Zimbabwe? Physically. I came here with a monitor or something. I had to keep it there because the government needs to know I'm at home, okay? All right?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Olusegun Titus. I'm from Nigeria. And I'm one of the leading professors of climatic musicology in Africa. I'm the coordinator of Eco-Musicology Association Network and in Africa. And I'm more of academipreneur, kind of academic turning research to money. All right? How do you turn, not just for projects, but changing it to value. I mean, getting money from research. So, and I have a little NGO that I call Research Entrepreneur Policy Consultancy Network, where I train a young entrepreneur and young academics. How do they apply for grants and fellowships? All right, and about 300 the platform, and many of them, masters, undergraduates, they are publishing their papers and also getting grants and fellowships, and kind of bringing myself inside them and training them, and also try to train some professors how to get visibility online, and not just being academic, not just being in university, but be in the society too. And I'm also a dancer, a choreographer, dramatist, singer, trumpeter, and a keyboardist. Thank you.
That is so amazing. So yes, so I just felt like today, I know that it's not even put on the program there, so I'm getting a bombastic side eye from someone. No? Nobody, okay? Cool, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knows each other, because sometimes people don't keep speaking to someone who's familiar. Okay, looks like we've got one more person here, okay?
All right, thank you, Larry. I am Dr. Bernard Kusena. I come from Zimbabwe. I am a senior lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe in the Department of History, but I specialize in economic history. I want to indicate that I'm happy to be associated with African Crossroads since 2019, when we last met in Mombasa. And of course, last year we did some work online, and this time around we are here in Lusaka, and I'm pleased to note some of my friends whom I met, including Boniface and others. So I think for now, that's what I can say. Thank you.
So thank you to everybody for great introductions. I'm very excited about what we're going to be able to achieve today. And to get away, to get started, we're going to start with the presentation by Saida Carter from Kenya. She's talking about man and machine partners in repair. So give her a round of applause as she gets onto the stage.
Cue the slides. It's the first placeholder one to start. So I wrote a special bio for you guys today. After yesterday, I said, my corporate one just isn't going to do it. Let me share. So I am the daughter of activists, educators, and entrepreneurs. I am from a family where I'm the eldest of 7 children, and we grew up celebrating Kwanzaa, not Christmas, every year. We are active participants in the Black American Muslim community. I then went to William & Mary, which is a predominantly white institution, which was founded in 1692, and actually 1693. And William & Mary actually stands for the King and Queen of England at the time, and then joined corporate America right out of college, and then began a 20-year career in white male-dominant corporate America. Some would say the belly of the beast of modern capitalism. So I was at Reuters and then Thomson Reuters for 20 years. And we essentially powered the knowledge economy for bankers and lawyers and accountants. And if you don't know it, it's a large global data company. So I am a practically trained data nerd, a digital product innovator, and a systems thinker. I'm also a natural collaborator. I am unapologetically black. I'm an Africa optimist. I am a Pan-Africanist and also a global African. And I believe all of those things have slightly different meanings, and I'm all of those things. I'm a member of the new United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent, which focuses on Pan-Africanism and reparations for people of color, people of African descent specifically. And I lead an incredible team of young South African women in technology, and we learn from each other every day, and they inspire me to no end. At Bright Insights Global and Bright Insights Global Labs for Good, we focus on 3 things: data product innovation, equity intrapreneurship, which might be a newer term. It's intrapreneur with an I, and that is essentially employees that are working inside of corporates or large institutions to make positive change, and specifically around equity, so agitating for equity inside of corporate. And then the third thing that we've begun really focusing on is this idea of demystifying AI for young people, young Africans in particular. So today, I'm going to talk about, well, my topic is man and machine, partners in repair. And I mean, it's a bit of a provocative statement, but you know, what does it really mean? So next slide. So I define it as really purpose-driven intelligence, so being intentional about the intelligence, and tools, super tools, for regenerative futures. And after yesterday, calling it AI for renewal. So one of the things I love to do is to ask ChatGPT like random interesting questions about, you can move to the next slide, sorry. And so I asked ChatGPT, what would happen if man and machine partnered for repair? And the answers are amazing, okay? So Earth thrives as a result of the partnership between human environmental engineers and resource extracting robots. Communities actively participate in environmental stewardship inspired by a global shift towards sustainable living, right? You have a society that flourishes in an inclusive and technologically advanced future shaped by human inventors and empathetic AI companions. So AI now has empathy. AI-driven solutions cater to individual needs, fostering a culture of inclusion and mutual respect. Education, the education system evolves into a personalized and inclusive model through collaboration between human educators and AI tutors. Lifelong learning becomes the norm, fostering curiosity and creativity. And we're even in space, right? So we have the humans and advanced drones are responsibly exploring distant planets. They work in harmony with alien ecosystems, inspiring a generation committed to responsible space exploration, right? That sounds pretty great. And ChatGPT told me that. So we were talking yesterday about narratives, and I added this slide because, as you'll see, sorry, yes, next slide. Data is a narrative. And so we must always ask the question, data science by whom? Data science for whom? And data science with whose interests in mind? And one of the questions that I always ask, or has been fun to ask over the years in innovation sessions or in spaces where we just kind of want to reframe or rethink, is this simple one, which is what if? And in this context, I'm going to say, what if AI was humanity-centered? What if AI was Earth-centered? What if it was Ubuntu-centered? And so I thank my colleague yesterday for introducing the idea of Ubuntu, which is a concept that I connected with almost immediately when I moved to South Africa 8 years ago. And essentially, it means I am a human because of and through my relationship with other humans, with the natural world around me, and with the cosmos. If we can teach that, train our machines to believe that, that would be amazing. Ubuntu will save the world. So how do we get there? It all begins with data. So data is the word that most people say. It's the jargon that's being thrown around, data, but it's really content, right? And it is the core of machine learning. There is no AI without data. It is what you put in, it is what you get out. It's the oil of AI. It makes everything work. And so, to get more detail, data is raw facts, it's information, it's content, as I mentioned. It takes all kinds of forms, so it's numbers, it's text, it's video, it's audio. It's even now, I have a friend of mine who is working for an AI company called Osmos, and they are doing AI around smell and scent for fragrance companies. So there's even scent data out there, right? But it's also, and importantly, as it relates to this context, it's our narratives, it's our stories. That's also data. So just a couple of examples, because I'm sort of now just doing a little bit of an explainer around what data is. So from a text perspective, these things will be familiar. There's a lot of technologists in the room. So data text would be customer reviews for a product, for example, or a collection of tweets, or I don't know, we're calling them X's now. I'm not sure what the new term for the tweets are now that Twitter's X. But like a collection of tweets on a particular hashtag, or the text of medical records would be text data. Image data, medical images, and like X-rays or MRIs, satellite imagery that might take pictures of plants from space for agricultural planning. Facial recognition data sets, those are images, right? Recently we are hearing about how black and brown faces are not recognized in image recognition systems, right? Flawed data. Audio, spoken language for training your virtual assistants, for example. Environmental sound recordings to get a feel for what are the sounds of nature, to train machines around that, right? Call center voice recordings for customer service training and sentiment analysis. Number data, that's numbers data, financial transactions, sensor data, which might be temperature, soil moisture, humidity, things like that get tallied in numbers. Web traffic, so your user clicks, all your interactions online, that's all your data. That's how you get to see your version of the internet when you log in, because they are literally serving it to you based on your data. So here's the workflow, right? So data, which we were just describing, which is like this big mass of content, gets sort of selected, collected, and really massaged and transformed into what is called training data. And then training data is what's used to train the machines, which ultimately is the AI. And so when you think about this flow, right, it's what goes in ultimately comes out. You've got your image recognition in healthcare. You've got your Netflix recommendations. You have Apple now recognizes, Siri recognizes your voice. Alexa recognizes your voice. You have autonomous vehicles that mostly don't run into people or crash into other cars. You have bank fraud detection, et cetera. So it follows then, and we talk a lot about this in data science, you know, garbage in, garbage out, right? So one of the things to note about data science is that 80% of the work with data is cleaning it up. And then the 20% is where you get your insights and the fun part starts. But if bias goes in, then bias will come out. But then equally, right, if you equity in, equity out, and maybe even Ubuntu in, Ubuntu out. So here's some of the stuff that we're working on with that intention and that sort of frame for what data is, how we are in control of what data we create, what narratives we put into the world, and we also like big challenges, as you'll note. So one thing that we're working on, which actually launched some of our conversations around and our work in this space, is the Global Colonization Reparations Index. And it actually came out and from a trip that I took with my family to Namibia. And there was a horrible atrocity, a genocide basically, that occurred in the Namibian desert when the Germans arrived. And they essentially pushed thousands of people, tens of thousands of the local Namakwa and Herero people into the desert to die of dehydration and starvation. And we didn't know that story, but we spent 5 days in the desert, and we're kind of people who do research before we travel, but it wasn't a story that was available to us or that we knew about. And that was kind of what sparked this idea. I called my data scientists and I said, you know, we need to do something. How can we start to really get our arms around what has happened so that we can talk about it, know about it, and heal from it? And so the way we define the index is, first, it's global. So these are a lot of big, heavy words. Global, because our perspective is global and the impact of colonialism is global. We define colonization in all the forms, so slavery, to colonization, and even to capitalism, because it's a continuum. If you think about the extraction, the extractive impact, particularly on black and brown bodies. When we think about reparations, we are talking about a holistic approach, so it's social, it's environmental, and it's economic. And then from an index perspective, that's really about measurement. So what we know within this capitalist system is that measurement matters, and you can't manage what you don't measure, and also numbers help to drive accountability. So that is sort of how we define the index, and then we can move on to the next slide. And Riona, my data scientist, is really sort of working with a model that, and designing the model based on precedents, right? So using what's already out there. So Germany has paid reparations to Namibia. The first offer was rejected, and now there's one that has been accepted. So there's lots we can learn from that. Even states in the US are experimenting with reparations. But we're also taking this approach, again, with sort of how you frame things and reframing, to think about it with an abundance mindset and with a focus on the opportunity. Right, so in 2021, there was the Economist, I don't know if you guys seen this article, but there's research that came out of Citibank that highlighted that the US economy has lost $16 trillion because of racism just since 2000. So from 2000 to 2020, $16 trillion have been lost to the economy just by excluding Black people from economic participation in a real way, right? So we're going to be looking at this with the lens of how much more prosperous, abundant would our lives be if we can repair some of the damage that has been done. Okay, and the point is to really provide actionable information to governments, corporations, and other institutions. One of the other projects we're working on is something called Ask an Elder. And Ask an Elder is really our baby project. We spent a lot of time on this one. It's a passion project for most of us. Social media-based crowdsourcing initiative that really is about intergenerational connection and wisdom sharing through storytelling. And I have some photos coming up on sort of how this kind of shows up in community. But at the back, again, it's like sort of data, stories. It's Sankofa-inspired questions. The one we sort of lead with most often is, what wisdom or story would you like to share with the next generation? We are intentional about making sure that we are collecting and storing these stories and histories so that the global historical record is, we can more inclusive, number one, and we can close some of the gaps that we know are there. The other thing we're really excited about doing with this data is creating, once we sort of reach scale, we can create wisdom themes, right? That can sort of inspire art and others as we think about how that wisdom might inform or inspire us to move forward in prosperity. And these are the platforms that we're on: Instagram, all the usual suspects. So a couple things that we've learned so far on this journey with Ask an Elder is that elder really should be defined as anyone with lived experience that we can learn from. So I am an elder to my interns, and my interns are elders to my 10-year-old daughter, right? So this whole idea of intergenerational connection is very much grounded, but then also making sure that we are talking to the true elders and custodians of our history and culture, and preserving that and making sure that it is and can be used to inform the future as well. Youth are, this was a bit of an aha moment for us that we're very happy about, that youth are interested in what elders can teach them. When we first started down this path, we weren't sure that that was going to be the case, but we have young people in South Africa, young people in the US, and other places that are really kind of leaning into this work and enjoying what they can learn from each other. It's been such a blessing to be with our elders and see them light up in circle when they're together. And there's absolutely a global community that we've been able to connect with this work. So here's some images of us talking. Can you move to the next slide? With elders most of these images are actually from the US, but that's my mom in the yellow in the middle. We spent some time at a few churches in Florida with some young people, and so we do in-person activations as well that we then take online. But if you see, there's questions here, which I love, because we did a little workshop before, and these are all questions that young people came up with. How was life when you were a child? Do you have any passions? If so, how did you find them? What are some problems that existed then that still exist now? How do you adapt to change? It's just so incredible to be able to kind of shepherd this work. And then one of the third thing that I will highlight, which is sort of what we're working on, we didn't talk a lot about data visualizations, but data visualization is a way to explain or to help the user or the audience understand data. And usually we think about it in terms of charts and graphs because you're looking at financial data, but all data can be visualized and made to be understood through visuals. And we've actually, through this process, developed this systems timeline approach, because we were working on the colonization reparations index, and what we realized is, for this one in particular, we're not totally clear on our history here. We probably need to go back and do a little bit of research and kind of understand, like, what are the steps, and what came out of that was these timelines. And as a little aside, I will be doing a workshop on this one. So this one focuses more on equity and colonization. So it looks at where Africa was around the 1300s, pre-European footfall on the continent, and somewhere around sort of mid 1300s, the Portuguese caught wind of Mansa Musa dripping gold, and they came back, and that sort of sparked a march to kind of where we are today. And this was so illuminating for not only my team, but then so many others that we've talked to and shared this with. And at 3, I think it is, where there's this timeline that we'll workshop, and then there's another one that we've created around the 4 industrial revolutions in Africa 4.0 that helps us to sort of contextualize where we are now in these larger systems. Okay, and I just want to give a shout out to all of the amazing organizations, and there are a couple more here that I am definitely going to make sure to connect with. But AI for Africa, Deep Learning, and DABA just did a massive conference at the beginning of September in Ghana, all focused on machine learning, computer science, basically the convergence of practitioners, 800 or so. There's Black in AI is an organization that was founded by Timnit Gebru. You may remember she was the black woman who was fired from Google for waving the flag, saying that there was bias baked in their algorithm. So she's now founded Black in AI, and there's lots of really great work happening there. There's AI for the people, et cetera. So I'm definitely going to add some of these organizations that I've learned about today as we move forward. And that is it. So I will just leave it with, it is what we make it. And it is complicated, and it is all of the things. But at the end of the day, what we put in is what we get out. Thank you.
Come on, guys. Come on. We did this yesterday. Okay. For the uninitiated among us, yeah, because this is an African gathering. It's in the name, African Crossroads. I don't know if you picked that up. I mean, might have been mistaken it for something else. It's not just branding. It's about African Crossroads. So when we are in Africa, we don't just clap politely. What we do is we whistle, we ululate. Out of say, we jump up and down, but that's a bit much, especially if I'm wearing my Princess Leia hairstyle today. It's just going to look weird. So, 1, 2, 3, go again for Saida. See, you're my people again. I was going to be like, did you guys, this is avatars, this is AI, just take it over, created some, and you guys are sleeping in your rooms, and I'm speaking to avatars here. For the next part of our presentation, or rather of our program, we're going to have a presentation sprint. I'm going to ask 4 creators and talents to come on stage. Dennis Iman from Malawi, Zahira Asmail from South Africa, Issa Kibutu from Kenya, Bernard Kusena from Zimbabwe. So everybody gets applauded except Zimbabwe. And then Sharon Ochieng from Kenya. So they're just going to give their presentations very quickly to tell us what they're up to in deeper and more, well, no, I'm sure it's very compelling. So what we're going to do is going to start this way, and the presentations will go that way. So, okay. Okay, so we're going to, okay, we'll start. It just looks more patternly that way, but let's go with that one.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. I already introduced myself. For those that maybe were not here, I'm sure everybody was here. My name is Dennis Iman, and I'm from Malawi. And I came into the picture of African Crossroads when it was just starting 2018 in Marrakesh. I was the only Malawian there, and yeah, it was tough to explain everything about Malawi to a whole bunch of Africans who were asking where Malawi is and what Malawi is and all that. And I thought this one would be easier, but anyway, Zambians are on my side. So from Marrakesh, we got to work with HIVOS. We did a collaboration grant project with Hiba Foundation in Morocco. So I had to go back to Morocco for a few activities where we're trying to research renewable energy, education, and the creative industries, how these three are interconnected. We did a couple more projects, the Tuale Arts Festival with Koala Creatives and the online talent search. It was very lively and we loved everything that we did. After COVID, I think a lot of things had stalled, and early this year, I asked myself a question. I saw all the developments that were going on in the city of Lilongwe, mainly infrastructure when it comes to roads, but nobody was talking about creative spaces or spaces where young people can actually go recreate or have events. So what I did was I took a placard and asked the question, Lilongwe is a city, it deserves proper infrastructure, please. Which was not really a question, was a statement. And I posted this online. Before posting this, I had developed a project concept to ask if the city could declare 2023 the year of arts and creativity in the city. More like to bring back life, reopen these venues that were closed and everything. I didn't get any response. I followed up, there was nothing. But when I did this, something followed. Next. Play the first video. Actually, this is a very important video, but I think it can play. So I did a couple of these posts and posted them on social media with a hashtag Reimagine Lilongwe. And I started taking this placard. So I changed the placard from a cardboard to this one, which you can write whatever you want and pass it on. So I took this to different events and different places and even got the Minister of Tourism to also write what she wanted. And this now caught people's attention. And on the other video that is on the other slide, the city of Lilongwe organized what they called the Lilongwe City Summit. And they used these pictures in the presentation that the mayor did about a youthful young man who had been cutting placards in town and posting those things on social media, and they had created this space so we could have a conversation. And the result of that conversation was what sparked the Reimagine initiative. So we did the Ufuru Street Market on the 16th of July, which is Malawi's Independence Day. And we took a bold step. We said we want to close the Presidential Drive. So it's actually the road that leads to the Presidential Palace, and we want to set up a free market on Independence Day. And this was a day that the president was regularly traveling around town so he could attend different activities. And the city gave us that permission. This is something that nobody thought could ever happen in the city. But we had the support of the city residents. And following that, we started different conversations with the city. And this is one of the conversations that we have had with the directors of the city council. And we also started a podcast series on Podcast Malawi, which is Reimagine, where we're trying to reimagine different things, norms, and the way we do things as a city. And following that, we also got a grant now. This is why I'm probably here back to reimagine some of the spaces. So this is the Pan-African Research Academy research that I'm doing. We had gone to the city council. We needed that space, the square inside. It's probably the same as what Susan was presenting yesterday. It's inside the city, and it's more like a dump site. And we had proposed that we needed to work on that, rejuvenate that space, give it life with murals, with spaces where people can just relax, greening. But the city council said, no, you cannot do that. Instead, you are doing this whole area here. So this is basically the Lilongwe City Center Square. So they said, that's too small because we believe in the idea that you have. We have tried this, we have failed, but we have seen the impact and the influence that you have with your Reimagine thing online and the support that people are already pledging towards the project. So we have this whole space, and this is where I'm doing my research on how do we place make in cities to make them inclusive for everyone, not just Malawians, because Malawi is really a big country with a refugee camp that hosts 15 nationalities and over 52,000 refugees. And these are the people that actually make Lilongwe tick a lot with their businesses and the diversity that makes the Lilongwe city. Recently, I saw this report. The government of Malawi had directed that all the refugees be sent back to the refugee camp. So this is a camp that was designed for 12,000 inhabitants, but now we have 52,000 plus refugees that are being forced back into this camp. And when I saw that, I remember the conversation that we had with the organizers of the biggest festival that happens in Malawi, which ironically happens in the refugee camp. And we had been planning to use that city center space so that they can showcase their diversity, their creativity in the city center. And now the government said, no, all the people need to go back to the camp. So this is the Tumain Festival. And probably for some of you, you saw one of the posts that I made when I was coming. I posted it in the group and also on social media, was the question of how can we create a borderless Africa? And it's part of the research that I'm doing while we're looking at placemaking in these cities, city of Lilongwe and also other African cities. How can we reimagine Africa as a borderless continent where we coexist, where we are sharing ideas of how we create our cities? And this is the question that I'm posing to every one of you. If you saw the videos, you'd see a number of Malawian young people that have written their statements or questions about their cities, about Africa, about our country on this board. And that's one thing that I'll be taking away from this conference as part of my research, to get each one of you write one statement about what you think about Africa, about what you think about our cities, and how we live and coexist in peace. Thank you.
Hello? Good morning, everyone. I shared two books. They're different, and they're called Movement. The blue one is Cape Town edition, and the orange and gray one is the Johannesburg edition. So I'm just going to wait for them to pull up my slides. I'm Zahira Asmal. As I said, I'm from a tiny beach town called Kwaduguza. It was founded by the great King Shaka. But I live in Cape Town since graduating from the University of Cape Town. And I've also lived in Rio, London, Lisbon, and Barcelona. And so my agency turned 13 this year. It'll be 14 next February. And I founded two other companies. And the third one I will share towards the end of this presentation. You take delight not in the city's wonders, but in the answer it gives to a question of yours. And so I follow this very closely and warmly in all my work. And so all my projects have started with questions, and I've spent, and they always end with publications. And I feel in these publications, they've answered the question in some way, and they always start a new project. And so half or a portion of my work is self-initiated, so we have our own projects that focus on research, city making, and design, and always addressing, in South Africa's context, apartheid legacies. So when I was a child, most of the country was not accessible to us, being black and brown people. So basically, only 13% of South Africa's land and water was accessible to 70% of the population. I remember my first trip outside the country, I just thought was stunning. And I just remember saying to my parents that these countries are so beautiful. But it was only beautiful because I had not seen the real beauty of South Africa. And now that we have full access of the country, I see the immense beauty of South Africa, and I still believe it's one of the most beautiful countries in the world. So next slide. I'm going to share in this presentation my current work. This is called C, and this followed the Movement Cape Town book. So while I was making the Movement Cape Town book, every person, so in South Africa, I'm going to say black, because in South Africa, every person of color is called black, and that is in solidarity for their anti-apartheid movement, but also how we were classified in South Africa. You're either black or white. And then in the more nuanced aspects of education and spatial design, then we were further divided. So in South Africa, if I say black, I'm referring to every person of color, and also on the continent, I prefer not to say person of color, because black should not be othered, right? Should not be the person of color. Black people are the African people. And so C is I invited people following, I was saying my Movement Cape Town book, black people had said that they felt invisible in Cape Town. And so I was challenged by that, considering that 87% of Cape Town is black. And so I started this project C to understand why people felt marginalized and invisible in their own city and in the province. So C in English, obviously, to acknowledge, to be visible, to be recognized and celebrated. And same spelling, Siya is the Afrikaans word, which is the Dutch Creole language in South Africa, which originally during our struggle we thought was part of Afrikaner nationalism. But since starting the C project, I realized that Afrikaans was actually created by enslaved people in the Cape. And it was appropriated by Afrikaner nationalism. All the African and Arabic words were, and Indonesian words were taken out of the lexicon, and then the new language was created, the Severtaal, the pure language, which is now the language Afrikaans in South Africa, but it has brown roots. So Siya is the ocean, and so I'm focusing on the maritime history of the Cape that makes little kids like that are mixed and beautiful. So today at 4 p.m. in this room, I have a workshop focusing on making memory, because these have to be made. They're not done by themselves. So I'll speak more about the C project later. Next slide. So from previous editions of African Crossroads, you will remember my project at Johannesburg's Park Station. In fact, a lot of people in this room that have moved through Johannesburg will know Park Station intimately. And this is the current entrance of Park Station. You can see it's hostile. I mean, they literally have pokey metal bits there to discourage people from sitting. 1 million people move through the Park Station precinct every weekday. So I had worked on a project which I initiated in 2011 with the mayor of Johannesburg to re-script this whole precinct from a colonial space to an Afropolitan space. At that time that I initiated this project as well, South African people had been violent to fellow Africans, and I thought that this project, with one people moving through the space, had a great potential, great potential to effect change, because once you break bread together and once you share your music and your culture, there's no way you are going to take a machete to to a person because you know so intimately. Next slide. So this is me at the old station entrance, and you'll see a portion of it. It has an elephant sculpture at the entrance, and this is the old station that was created in 1932. It was a place only for white people. It was probably the only building in South Africa as well where black people were not even allowed in the construction of the building. It was a symbolic gesture between British and Afrikaner people as a union of South Africa. No South African knows this, or very few know it. They're probably scholars. And so, next slide. So I delivered a lecture. So I'd been working on this project for 5 years with the mayor of Johannesburg, the Johannesburg Development Agency, and several other companies. And I assume because of government negligence and perhaps corruption, this project never saw the light of day, and I'm very distressed by this. So I've turned, when African Crossroads invited me to be an advisor and also to present in the, Mombasa edition, the Marrakesh edition, I put a multimedia presentation together which has now traveled the world. The first edition was Marrakesh. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I just remember I was in so much pain at the time when I made this presentation. And it's multimedia. It has film, as you can see, music, which you can't see, and my photographs of Johannesburg over a 10-year period, and archival material from the old apartheid agency. And so I'm also making a little plea in this moment today, because I've shared this presentation most recently at Oxford, in Paris, other places in London, Cape Town, Rotterdam, and elsewhere. And I'd like to share it in various parts of Africa. I realize that most African people feel that South African people are not in solidarity with them, and I feel very pained by that, because this project and this work would have made a great difference to Johannesburg, the region, and South Africa had it been realized. And I want to share the mechanisms of making this project, and I do in this lecture. I go quite deep into the mechanisms, how it was made, and then of course the deconstruction of it and the failure. So yeah, let's not say failure, but the deconstruction of it. So I've got some, if you'll allow me, some reviews from the Marrakesh edition to this lecture, as I imagined a Pan-African vision where government, citizens, the diaspora, and all contribute equally to the making of the city. So all my projects, I also need you to know, I always include in my team, as well as all the participants in all my projects, it's Pan-African, so we do hire people from different parts of Africa, as long as they're willing to live in Cape Town. And so Renee Boer, the managing editor of Failed Architecture, said this of the lecture. In this evocative lecture, Zahira shares the complexity of working on the ground in the contested urban conditions of Johannesburg. Her commitment to careful, informed, ambitious interventions relating to the city's physical heritage as well as the social fabric are exemplary of today's avant-garde, grounded urban practice. Umar from Cairo, you'll remember him from both editions, says Zahira's lecture is informative and provocative. Her engagement with the different levels of local authority throughout the project reflects a profound understanding of urban politics in the South African context. Her grounded practice offers a model of spatial activism for other initiatives in African cities in the global South. Next slide. So this is my most recent project. It's actually a lockdown baby of mine. I was approached by a Swiss foundation, the Julius Baer Foundation, and a neuroscientist and owner of the only wine farm in South Africa that did a land share with its farm workers, and that's Professor Mark Soms. He approached me at the end, in fact, around the time of the African Crossroads in 2019, and he gave me a brief, address inequality in the South African wine sector. So I founded a company called Cultivate, and I think Saida is like, you know it. Yeah, so I'm the founder of Cultivate, and I literally founded this in the middle of lockdown, and people that know me will know my work is in urban design and architecture. So when I founded this, and I was recruiting young winemakers, sommeliers. They were just like, oh, but you publish books on design and cities. Like, what do you know about wine? But here we are. So in 2020, I established a trust called the Cultivate Collective Trust, and it's made up of 20 members, winemakers, producers, sommeliers, educators, and even people working in labs, in scientific, scientists basically. So you can see the left, top left, she's a scientist, and she tests wine and agriculture. And I've put this trust, and then I also created a company called Cultivate Wine Company, and all the assets, company belongs to them. They're only black people in South Africa and beyond. It's a Pan-African project. So we have a sommelier from Kenya and Uganda, and Zimbabwean people as well, and the rest are from different parts of South Africa. And so I created and established the trust. The company is made up of a digital marketplace where you can buy wine from anywhere in the world, and a physical marketplace where so you can see it in the center of the image, where you can drink wine, taste wine, and you can buy wine to take away. And we've used it as a cultural space and a safe space for people to come together and share. Oh, I need to wrap up. Oh, sorry. And so what we also did with the tasting notes for the wine is we indigenized it. So what we also learned from the winemakers is that they said that when they were learning winemaking, it was firstly in Afrikaans, a language they didn't speak, so it was very difficult. And secondly, they were learning about tasting wines and gooseberry notes. They've never tasted gooseberries living in South Africa. So what we did was we infused calabash and other tasting notes that were from South Africa, and we paired them with foods that were the favorites of winemakers that went with their wines. Next slide. So this is the image of it's 160 square meters, 162 square meters. It's in Salt River in the industrial edge of Cape Town, very accessible. And what I've also created upstairs in this space is a business incubator. So while these young winemakers teach the public about wine, because you can imagine in South Africa, for a white person who has a 300-year history in winemaking and with apartheid, they're going to be very nervous to learn from, black people will be very nervous to learn. But when you see someone who looks and sounds like you and speaks your language, you have more comfort to learn, and the absorption rate of this is higher as well. And in turn, what we do as a company is to teach the young winemakers how to run their own companies, because most of them still work for other companies, and they make their wines through those companies. Only 2 of them are run completely independently. And ultimately, what we wanted to do, I created a grant for them where they could have their own cellar and make their own wines independently. And they could also hire out cellar space for other companies. Next slide. So the brand collateral was very important for me. I wanted to say, because as I said, only a very small portion of the land and water of South Africa is owned by black people. I wanted to focus on land and the earthiness of land and ownership. So that's why the color tones that you see. I also, in the center bottom, you will see our opening program, which was very much about history, memory, and all the work that I'm doing with C. I also learned as a researcher, when I was making this company, that black people had been making wine in the Cape for 300 years. They've never been centered in the story, and so until now. And so Cultivate is also the first of its kind in South Africa. When I founded this company, or was founding it and making the company, the government wouldn't have meetings with me. And now they're asking me to teach their staff, which is wonderful. And also I've been asked to judge the Wine Tourism Awards and etc. And so in the design, because we've made a clear statement that it's a Pan-African project, our furniture is also from different parts of Africa. We have Moroccan pieces of furniture. We have furniture from Malawi and Zimbabwe. And so people arrive and go, oh, why do I feel so connected? Because of a lot of the furniture and design comes from the places that they come from. Also, I focused, when I was entering the wine sector, a lot of people told me that black people didn't know how to make wine. And and they just labeled the bottles, and the wine was made by white people. And I was very challenged by this, and so I had a lot of the objects even the light fittings, made by hand to give a clear statement that everything that they were having in our marketplace was made by the people here. And then finally, I also, you'll see this long table, every winemaker said to me, or every member of the collective said to me, they just wanted to see the table. You know, they didn't want to fight, they wanted to see the table. So I said, no, don't wait for any seat at the table. We'll make you a table, and you can invite other people to it. And so that's the long table that you see in this image. And finally, this is the next slide, and the final slide, probably the most representative and democratic wine space in South Africa. So just to let you know, as I always intended, I created the company and the trust. We formed a collective, and the trustees that now run the company, I handed over directorship and all the assets to the members. So they're in full ownership of it now. Thank you very much.
Yes, so again, I am Lisa Kibutu, and I don't know if they're going to start, but anyway. So who am I? I'm going by the directions that were given to us about this session. So I'm Lisa Kibutu, I'm a mother of 6, and I lived in 4 continents. I'm multicultural, and yeah, so that's, and then who am I really? I'm an Africanist. I recently learned not to use Pan-Africanist because it's a recognition of the colonial administrative divides. So I'm just an Africanist, an Afro-optimist. And very recently also, I was on a panel last week with an ECOWAS forum, and I found out that I was a neurodivergent. So, and a fearless and an unapologetic neurodivergent. So my background, my educational background is in political science and anthropology, stronger on the anthropologist side, which I think influenced a lot of the things that I did. Even though straight out of college, I worked in the fashion industry between Milan and New York with the Giorgio Armani group, if any of you are familiar. So I did that for several years, at least 10, 12 years, and went into real estate. You know, I don't want to say I'm old, I'm just very experienced. So my experience will obviously, you know, traverse a lot. And I left Kenya when I was 17, and I came back when I was 42 with 5 children in tow. So it was quite a very different experience for me. Even though it was kind of seamless. I mean, I don't want to say as a diasporan that it was very different for me. We assimilated quite well. We didn't feel any different. It was the first time I drove in Kenya on the right, is it the right side? Whatever, which is the wrong side, and whichever that one is. And so getting used to that, getting used to the work ethic, you know, I'm still getting used to that. And so, anyway, so, and what do I exist for? I think that was one of the questions, and it was very, when I was reflecting on this, what do I exist for? I exist to decolonize and to flip the colonial narrative script. So that is in everything that I do. And as an anthropologist, you know, you're guided by facts, right? By factual data points. And you join the dots to create the narrative. In between the dots is where you control the narrative. And that is where Africans have never stuck themselves in and have allowed the colonialists to tell what is in between those dots. So I'm using the exact same dots, but telling our story different. And we're the only ones who can tell our story because our stories are embedded in our DNA. We have the ancestors, you know, like I was explaining to somebody, I mean, this is millions of years of evolution. I mean, we've, you know, originated from the Horn of Africa several millions of years ago. So that is embedded in our DNA. So we know our truths, and only we can tell our story the way we know it, because we know it. We don't have to be told, oh no, that's not how it goes. No, it's like, who are you? You don't have our DNA. We know what is in between those dots. So we have to tell that story. And I remember speaking to a non-African and explaining that. I said, no, that's not how we feel. So that's not what we would do. And they were like, no, but I said, what data points are you using? They're like, there's this fact and that fact. I said, exactly. But the way I will tell that story brings the same dots together, but in an African sensibility. And I think that's what we have to be very, very conscious about. And we have all of it. We have the colonialist DNA as well. For me, both my parents were born under colonization, of course they passed down the trauma that my grandfather was in the concentration camps. He lost his brothers in the concentration camps in Kenya. So I'm sure when he was, I don't know, procreating my dad, that is embedded in their DNA. So I carry what my grandfather went through. And it's as clear as day. I feel it, I taste it. I go to the place in Tana River where the camps are. When you go there, you're completely affected. Oh, I don't want to get emotional. But you get completely affected by the experience that was there. There was a big massacre. Anyway, so you experience that in a way that a non-African can ever feel it. So we have the stories in us. I mean, the truth, the entire truth. So anyway, so here we go. So within that, my studies are within the Swahili coast, so within the Swahili culture. My PhD is in the Swahili aesthetic. And as pretty as that sounds, it's really not, because it is what makes them make that beautiful furniture, what makes them do that music, what gives them that skill of having that calligraphy, of building those beautiful dhows, having the most amazing architecture from 500 AD. And the colonial script was that there's no chance an African can do that. Well, not only did we prove DNA, as we know the studies came out early this year, that by 1000 AD, the Swahili were half, the woman was full African, and the man was Persian Indian. There was no Arab influence before 1000 AD, and all the cities had already come up. All the stone cities were already built by 1000 AD. So before that, so very shortly before that, around 500 AD, it was all what we call the Wangozis. They were from the Horn of Africa, and they're the ones who were trading with the Egyptians, with the pharaohs along the Red Sea, and dominated the entire trade from East Africa to Indonesia, across to China, and they did that for at least 4,000 years. So when we go back, so when I use the Swahili as my backdrop, they are the thread that really keeps the entire Central to South Africa together. Remember, they were the filter. 3,000 kilometers of coast from Mogadishu to Mozambique is all Swahili coast. So everything that came in and went out was 100% controlled by the Swahili. So they influenced every single culture from Central Africa to South Africa. From your clothing, because a lot of the cultures did not weave, everything came from the Swahili coast. So anything you wear, everything that's influenced, the colors you like. We had, on the trading caravans, were these kind of, I want to call them fashion consultants. That's how you'll kind of understand them. So when the Maasais like their red, the Swahilis were like, okay, what particular kind of red? And it's a red that comes only from a plant in Mombasa, on the Kenya coast, called Bixa. It only grows there, nowhere else in the world, and that is the red that the Maasais wore for, for centuries. And all of these fabrics were only made in the Swahili coast. So when I go back to the restitution of cultural heritage and in the decolonization, I went through so many difficult routes, trying to work with the national museums, trying to work with the counties and the national government. But I understood very quickly that the colonial narrative had still captured that, where we were not allowed to tell our stories, that they still wanted to buy into the colonial narratives, and that was what was pushing the capitalism and everything that drives our politics, that drives all our systems, our education system, banking, you name it, it's still neo-colonialized. So I could not go that route. So I said, let's keep it light. Let's stay in culture. I'm a cultural entrepreneur. I've founded 3 companies that are currently going. The last one is this Reface, the last one, I promise. My family, there's no more. Is what space do we go in where there's not so much interference and where we're still very free? So that comes into arts and culture. Nobody, at least, I think the Nigerians, maybe the Tanzanians and South Africans, at least your governments interfere in that space and contribute to it. In Kenya, we don't, they really don't care. So it's a good space. It's a kind of a free space. It's the wild, wild west in there. So you can kind of do what you want and nobody will really bother with you. So when I called the company Regenerative Fashion Collaborative Exchange, everybody thinks, oh, she's in fashion. Those are the people, the lipstick people. Oh, let them do what they want. So this is where I am. So this is the space we're in. So the pilot, you can run the little TikTok video as I talk through it. So we launched in June of this year, 2023, and I put together the first kind of collaborative of its kind. So we had the top designers in the sustainability space, all smallholder farmers, financiers, scientists, researchers, academia, state departments of trade come to put together a policy framework to establish a regenerative textile industry for the continent. So these are a lot of, you'll just see examples of the smallholder farmers. We waited for the rains, they were late, sorry. So we started planting last month. And we are only working with grains. So we're doing fabric textile out of millet, sorghum, sesame, and flax. And we have collaborative agreements in Zambia for pineapple leather. So we're setting up a factory about 2 hours out of here. And then we also did a collaborative agreement in Malawi where they have very
Hello? All right. Morning once again. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I think we can progress nonetheless. I'm Bernard Kusena, a lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe, as I've said earlier on in the morning, early morning. My area of specialization is economic history. I belong to a department of history, heritage, and knowledge systems. So it might interest you to know that in October 2020, the University of Zimbabwe introduced the new programs across faculties, the 11 faculties, about 299 programs. The idea was to realign its model to match changing situations. And therefore, in my case, I used to belong to the Department of Economic History, but which was then integrated with four other departments into one main department, which is now the Department of History, Heritage, and Knowledge Systems. Now, what this means to us is that we have now taken on board cultural aspects, some indigenous issues, indigenous knowledge systems, and we have 5 programs offered in that department. Now, this then provides my work with the African Crossroads. I think I'm happy to note that our work speaks directly to the goals of African Crossroads. That said, allow me to point out that in 2019, I made a presentation in Mombasa focusing on food security, which is what I did in my PhD at Rhodes University. Then later on, we presented yet another piece on environmental justice online. That was last year. And you see, we can always deal with environmental aspects as related to food security. So that was something that I also did with EVOS. And this time around, there is a little bit of some departure from food security predominantly to a look at the wider picture, about the economic trajectory in Zimbabwe. My topic, which I'm dealing with, which is still work in progress, and as I present, I want to believe that I'm thinking aloud and getting to shape the research more closely until I come up with the publication. It's called Socio-Cultural and Economic Models for Building Zimbabwe's Post-Colonial Economy. As I use the Zimbabwean case study, I am aware that it transcends Zimbabwean boundaries in Pan-Africanism, talking about the sub-region, the Southern African region. I'm sure the region is affected by this study in more ways than one. What we are trying to do in this research is to begin to look at what models of economic development Zimbabwe can adopt in order to re-gear its economic development, in order to remap its economic trajectory and be counted again. Given that right now Zimbabwe has got some shattered economy. So like many other countries, Zimbabwe has been grappling with the question of how to usher in an inclusive and sustainable development trajectory. This comes against the background that, remember, Zimbabwe was under colonial rule for about 90 years. That is from 1890 to around about 1980, during which time the economy was skewed in favor of the white colonial capital. So the majority Africans in the country were sidelined. So this time around, there are calls to rethink the type of model that can accommodate all groups in the country in order for everyone to participate in building the economy. So one of the most pertinent questions that have been raised in the discourse is which development model to adopt. There are outward bound economic models, inward looking models, but in this discussion I'm interested in looking at the inward looking models. Yes, I'm under instruction not to exceed 5 minutes, and I will try to do so. We are saying here, what is dominating the discussion is that there is a focus on subcontracting this important task to chart the development trajectory to outsiders, especially the West. And this has tended to sideline the rest of the Africans, the rest of the locals, because they are not part of it. And as a result, citizens, locals, are not participating fully in the development of the economy. Yet, history is replete with the case studies of inward-looking development processes that have produced the tangible results and from which Zimbabwe can draw important lessons. We get this from Agupus 2016. So drawing on the experiences of the Asian tigers, for instance, that is Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, this discussion centers on the political economy of homegrown interventions in order to shed light on the various inward-looking development models open to Zimbabwe. We are aware that this model has its own challenges, but we want to build on the case study of Southeast Asian countries, with fast developing economies, in order to mirror our own initiatives and come up with such models which can alter poverty dynamics in Zimbabwe, and as I've said, to re-gear the economic sustainability. So in doing this, we put emphasis on the indigenous human capital and local resources to lay a firm foundation for African economic and social transformation. Now, as African Crossroads, that's where we fit in. If we are saying we want to focus on human capital development, in what way can we contribute in our unique ways? We are creators, we are artists, we are doing all sorts of things in our own spheres in order to build this kind of capacity to contribute more effectively to economic development. And as an academic myself, of course, I'm not too much into art, this and that, but I've had some important collaborations with the artists to see how we can work together to collaborate and bring about important results which can also be useful in this whole equation. So without much ado, allow me to conclude by pointing out that this is work in progress. I intend to make further researches on how best we can create and co-create knowledge, useful to entrepreneurs to, contribute to this whole thing. Thank you.
Hello, morning everyone. My name is Sharon Ochieng from Kenya, and I am a fashion model, and I'm also a researcher by profession. So I work on very many researches, and today I'm mostly going to talk about fashion. Yes. So I'll just dive into whatever I'm supposed to present. So how many of you know of any African unisex brands, fashion brands in Africa? How many of you? What's the name of the one that you know? Okay. Any other brand? Okay. Okay, I can see we are aware of this. Yes, Shamiso? Okay, perfect. So I work closely with Liquid Lem. So Liquid Lem, it comes from two words. So from the first word is liquid, which means being fluid. You see, like water, the way water takes different forms and shape. So through our fashion, we are able to just interpret how our outfits makes us feel, how it makes us feel like happy, having a vibe, enjoying the outfits, enjoying how we look, having like a relationship with whatever we wear. Because in Liquid Lem, we not only wear the outfits, but we also enjoy and we communicate what you're wearing with other people. And why lem? Lem comes from the word of lemon, but without an O. Because lemon is not for everyone. There are only few people who can eat a lemon, right? Very few people. So even with the type of fashion that we have, it's not for everyone. Not everyone will accept it or wear whatever we have. And we have, even in this room, we have so many people who are wearing the brand, Liquid Lem. Can you point out a few? Yes. We have Akshayo, we have Larry, we have Nekesa. Yes. And we have Maurice also. He has a kimono. Yes. So Liquid Lem is a big brand. It is from Kenya, made by a Kenyan designer, originally from Kenya. And we are big on inclusivity, and it's a genderless type of fashion, whereby it is not defined by any gender. All genders can wear our outfits, and all ages, and just everyone. It's meant for everyone, yes, and we are not choosing anyone. So as you can see from some of the photos, we have like the pink crop suit. As we know, pink is a color for women and girls. But as you can see on the screen, we have a man who's wearing a pink suit. And then the other lady, she's wearing a blue crop suit. And the suit, the blue color is majorly a color for men and boys. But you see the lady on the screen is wearing the blue outfit. So it's more of just playing around with the colors and feeling the vibe and expressing yourself, expressing your identity in all manners of sorts. Thank you. Next slide, please. And currently, since this is an underexplored kind of field, because Liquid Lem is majorly based on the 9-binary fashion. This is the kind of fashion that when you wear the garment, like it does not define who you are, where you come from, which country you are from. So it's an open kind of fashion, and we are looking for data, and we're also building the data that's there originally. We would like to hear more people talk about 9-binary fashion, the experiences they've had, the challenges they've had, because this is not like a normal brand that's out there. It's not like the normal kind of fashion that's out there, and not so many Africans embrace this kind of fashion. So we would like to know more about the attitudes, perceptions, and even some of maybe the recommendations that can be made by people to make this 9-binary fashion be understood more in Africa. Yes. Next slide, please. And currently we are working on the Mystery collection, and most of our outfits, they have lines. Mystery means lines in Kiswahili. So every outfit that we have, you can see either the lines go vertically or horizontally. Larry, kindly, can you just stand here so that we can see? Yes. Yes, yes, please do that. Woo! Yes, so quite evidently from whatever he's wearing, you can see the lines, the mysteries. Yes, so that is what we are working on. Yeah. Okay, and after that, there's a short video that's supposed to be played. So let's watch it. And after this, all of you are free to come to our tent that's outside with our outfits, and they're very affordable. So just come out and check them out. Okay, thank you.
Pyromane, je veux voir tout brûler. Pyromane, il n'y a que ça pour m'apaiser. Tout en cendres, je veux voir tout calciner. Pyromane, je veux voir tout brûler. Pyromane, il n'y a que ça pour m'apaiser. Tout en cendres, je veux voir tout calciner.
That's it from Liquid Lamb. Yes, thank you.
Fashion people, the three of us. We should form a group, a faction. Kidding. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go get our coffees, teas. We can have our coffees and teas in here, but I'll give you 10 minutes because you might need to queue, might need to go and freshen up. So please come back in 10 minutes. So 10 minutes means at exactly 20 past, we start again. Got some very exciting, but please make some noise for some exciting presentations that had on stage.
past few months and the opportunities of how we can do the work with AI. And then lastly, the takeaways from those projects. First, let me introduce myself. So my name is Qusay, and I help startups grow, and I support creation of innovation programs with business support organizations across Africa. I'm the founder advisor of LeapChat AI. I'm also the founder of Tech Impact Innovation Hub. So I would like to start here with a quick question, which is why generative artificial intelligence is really important to Africans. And I think the answer is really simple, to help leapfrog development. So first, let's discuss what is generative artificial intelligence. It's basically a technology that can help you produce new content based on the input that you have. So to simplify it, it's based on the instruction that you give to the AI. The AI will promote and give you the perfect output, enhanced or generated from the AI itself. So it's based on certain instructions that you have. It will be fine-tuned the AI itself. Generative AI basically has three topics or three things that's focused on. It can generate data, it can transform data, and it can enhance a specific data. Now, in terms of generating data, and I think we're all familiar with ChatGPT and how it helps create different projects with different AIs across the globe. ChatGPT, right now you can create any text you want, right? And you can basically create a new business model document for your business using just text instead of spending days or hours doing that. You know, the AI can do it for you. In audio and the music industry, I think we're all well known at creating new instruments and new tracks using AI. And images and content creation, and I think on my left side here, there's a picture that was generated by Deep AI. And in this picture, I just instructed the Deep AI to say a powerful AI from Africa region, and it generated a simple, powerful picture. And of course, the AI learns every time you instruct them. The second thing, which is data transformation. So if you have like a specific data that you already have, a specific image that you already have, and you want to transform it, you can restyle a specific place, a specific design that you have on a table on the right side, you want to put it on the left side. That's the kind of transformation that you can have. Right? You can change the text structure and different type of things in a very simple and quick manner. The third thing, which is enriching the data or enhancing the data to help make better decisions. And for example, in the healthcare sector, it's being used to identify some cancer cells from a specific photos of a patient. And based on the previous data that they have, the AI can predict and can give you an exact answer and for that specific issue. But now, what is exactly generative artificial intelligence or the AI, and what is the difference between the typical AI and generative AI? And it's basically as simple as the AI goes from just predicting to new capabilities. So it's more than just a normal application that can analyze and predict, but it can also take the data, train itself, understand it, and can generate new things based on fine-tuning and instruction that you provide. So traditional AI is just an analyzing, yes, but generative AI can help you do more type of works than it's already have. So it's have a powerful capability and have more powerful applications. Now, the different applications of generative AI, it can use like in 3D shape creation or generation. Instead of just spending hours of doing that, it's just decreasing the time for you to do the work. It can also help in creation music, generating a new type of music or industry type of music or instrument. And the third thing, which is the content creation. Let's say you want to do an educational course and you want some content, it can simplify it to you. In the fashion industry, you can turn just a simple sketches into more of an images that can then create a real shape for it. And the fifth thing, which is conversational, and this is the main topic that we will be focusing on in the next slide, which is more of a chatbot and digital assistance. And this is the type of work that we've been doing with Deep Chat AI. So what is exactly LeapChat AI, and what is the type of work that we are doing? So what we are basically trying to do is to connect talents to opportunities, and LeapChat AI is a personal AI assistant that help you find the next big thing. It personalized the experience. It can help, for example, entrepreneurs find the next programs or find the next grants or the next program for their startups, and just using a simple chat. It can also help people find short trainings using simplified approach. It decreases a lot of time in finding an opportunity and bridges the opportunity gap. So where does this exactly come from? Now, there is a study from the International Labour Organization. They say around 24% from around the globe, they're not in education, they're not in employment, they're not in trainings. And this is like the ages from 15 to 24 years old. And you can see from the chart here that people from Africa region mostly have the higher rate here if you compare to the rest of the world. And these numbers, even for the above 24 years old and plus, it's also close and similar rate. So, they say if there's an opportunity, it doesn't knock, build the door, right? And the way that we are doing with LeapChat AI, or the vision behind it, is that some people takes a lot of time to build the door, and it takes a lot of efforts, and it needs sometimes a guidance or mentoring. And that's the role of LeapChat AI, of having like a personal AI assistant that can help decrease the time and find the perfect fit for the opportunity that you need. So, and this is a simple example of LeapChat AI. So here, the AI basically understand that the person texting is really interested in climate. So they send already a couple of climate initiatives and say, this might be an interest for you. Here, the person responds, yes, that they are interested, and they want to know more about specific climate projects. And now the AI basically responded with a specific criteria and information about it. And it's as simple as this chat that can help support talents to reach these opportunities. And this is the role of technology that can play and help connecting that. Now, LeapChat, basically, the aim is to have an AI assistant chatbot that can help bridge this gap. Based on a quick pilot that we've done in the past few months with different partners from across Africa, we reached over 100 users requesting some of these opportunities. And we found out that people are really interested in finding the next thing, but also get mentored in how to do it. Because a lot of people from specifically the underserved community in fragile region, and this is what we are focusing on, they really don't know from where to start. And that's the main role of AI here, to help and support find the next big thing. Now, to just, a key takeaway here is that generative AI is really disrupting different kind of businesses and creating new markets for it. It will unlock different markets. And the creative industry here, I think, will be in high demand and high growth with these new technologies. And of course, African innovators will lead the way. Now, the future is personalized and data-driven. And thank you very much, and looking forward to the Q&A.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. And he's talking about generative AI, and I think when we had the pre-meeting, there was a lot of chat around the fact that a lot of Africans are very pessimistic about AI and therefore not involved in the conversation. And they say in certain statements that if you're not sitting in the table, then you are the meal. So coming up now is, when you talked about the Q&A, we got Mutembe Kariuki coming up, and it's going to also assist with the Q&A that's over this particular topic.
Thank you. It's a Q&A. Okay. But there's a short presentation. Yeah. Okay, it's going to come up. So let me. I don't know if you get out. But anyway. So about myself, mentioned my name is Mutembe Kariuki, co-founder and CEO of a startup called Fastaga. Why it's called Fastaga? A lot of people were asking me that question in the past, and it's because when you need, as was mentioned earlier, everything about AI is training data. And fast tagger comes from tagging data really fast, and particularly for filling the gap of the African continent, because as you also mentioned, we actually don't have as much representation in the data sets. And that's also a bit of what I'm going to talk about. And my background, I first interacted with a chatbot when I was 12 years old. And I know that a lot of times when I'm talking to investors and VCs, and a Kenyan is telling them, or an African is telling them that they interacted with their first chatbot when they were 12. And I might look young, but I'm a bit old. I'm approaching 40. But whenever I tell them that, they're always trying to understand, okay, how did you do that? And so it's because my dad was really interested in us getting to know computers. So when in the Nairobi industrial area, when the companies used to throw out computers in the 90s, my dad, every time a company was throwing out a computer, he'd get one of those computers for us. And so I worked on Apple IIs, on the old Compaqs, on dot matrix printers. I was just taking them apart. And one of them, when I was taking it apart, or messing around with one of the computers, that's when I discovered Eliza, which was a chatbot developed in the 1960s. So AI has been with us for a really long time. A lot of the research started in the 40s, 50s, and then it progressed. It had a lot of winters and summers, and today, with the new revival of AI, it remains one of the places that we can take part in as innovations in Africa. So part of the work that we're doing at FastTagger, I have a background of, I think, working in about 5 continents, the mixture of social impact, tech, the blockchain, and working with data. But I particularly fell in love with the way I approach AI in Japan, because you find that with a lot of the Western mindset that we've been dominated by, we usually look at things as others, but what I found out in Japan, especially with the mixture of Shintoism and Buddhism there, is that everything is one. So whether it's machines, whether it's rocks, whether it's, in Japan, they've allowed people to get married to statues, right? The Eiffel Tower, right? And if you think about it, Pepper the robot, back in the day, or Asimo from Hyundai, all these are, they take them as companions. And I remember we were having an initial discussion earlier with Sheila, I think it was the day before yesterday, and Jay, and we were asking, okay, how are we approaching AI? Are we seeing them as a master-slave engagement, or its companion? And going back to sort of this ethos that I sort of understood from Japan is, it's more as another being that is going to be there and that we are engaging with. So if you recently watched, there's a movie, interesting movie that came out called Mother, and it was interesting that in the US, in that particular movie, they saw AI as an adversary, but in Asia, it was as a companion, and they were allowing them to live with them as they became more and more intelligent. So just really quickly, I'm just going to go. So in context for us as FastTagger right now, what we are really looking at is, yes, AI is all about data, and one of the greatest data sources on the African continent is what we've created through mobile money. So a lot of businesses use mobile money. Last year, $800 billion was transacted on mobile money on the African continent, and that's about 40% of the African GDP, right? And so there's a lot of very insightful data that was created from that, and that can actually be used, just next slide, for the 100 million plus small businesses. So I have a strong team, all data people, all Africans who we've been fortunate enough to learn from the best institutions around the world, and we're building it. But every time I present this to investors, we're always told that we're not the right team. And so I always ask why exactly we're not the right team, yet you have people who've done data systems from Harvard and everything. So that's another challenge that I find with AI within the particular space, is like when you're talking to investors, they have their bias of who they want to see is building AI. So already that's a big challenge. Just next slide. So our particular use case is, how can you build a personal AI assistant for small and medium enterprises on the continent so that they don't have to become data scientists to analyze this data that has generated $800 billion, and so that you can help those small businesses. So just next slide. And so yeah, this is how it works. We sit on the phone, we're able, and one of the particular things we've been hearing conversations about privacy, and one of the things that we're focused on as a deep tech company is how do you build privacy preserving machine learning that can happen on device, and especially low power devices, like most of the mobile phones that are on the African continent. And so that's what we are actually working on, which is the more difficult part. And then how do you customize this language models to work on these platforms in native language? But this is also running on the phone and can help them to send the message, do business intelligence and customer intelligence. Next slide. And yeah, so that's the idea. So from this mobile data, we're able to generate good, insightful results from reports of the company. And then you use sort of a, GPT or ChatGPT model where it can generate text that can go out personalized to the customers of that particular business and enable them to actually drive retention and loyalty and sales for their small businesses. Because we found that a lot of businesses, they just lose over 50% of their people because they always deal on day-to-day basis. Like whoever is coming into the business, that's what you deal with. You don't try to create some, really personalized way of engaging. I'm sure some of you, whether you're in Kenya, South Africa, or other places, you're just getting very random messages on your SMS that are not really personalized to you. But if you are in, the US at Amazon and using Amazon, you do get a lot more personalized things. So we're really building for the continent. Next slide. So yeah, that's literally it. An AI business companion for small businesses on the continent that standardizes most of the processes that they do and automates them. Next slide. So yeah, so this is an interesting thing. Who do you think is on that image? Oh, it's Obama. Are you sure it's Obama? You can see the ears. Thank you, Asa. Okay, next slide. So this is the result that an AI pulled out. So it took, it was an AI that was supposed to be built to help to, clarify an image. And because, as we said earlier about training data, most of the AIs today are not trained on data from the continent. It's also because a lot of our content hasn't been digitized and is out there. And that's what, started as our mission. How do we actually create more of this content, label it so that it can be used by machine learning, right? And be used in AI. So this is an actual case that actually happened, right? And so a lot of systems still have these challenges. I think recently there was a story where the AI was asked to come up with an African doctor treating a European child, and it came up with a giraffe because it could not conceptualize an African doctor treating a European child. So next slide. So this is the case that's going, this is what's happening in the world, right? Most of the AI, these are the data sets that are being used to train AI. So you can see Africa, literally almost nothing is being used to train AI. Almost everything is from, the US. And then, so next slide. So, and the reality, as we spoke about earlier, is that, most of AI, to build something that can understand what a cat is, right? You need almost 1 million images so that we can always understand what a cat is at any particular situation. Next slide. And as I said, Africa is missing out on the benefits of AI due to the lack of the training data sets that we have. We could do things in healthcare, because we have issues with malaria. Malaria isn't there in the US, so it's not a big priority for them for building, AI. African data sets for like our agriculture, our voice, our languages. We were talking about preserving African languages. Lelepa AI is a startup in South Africa which is doing a lot of work in that, of building like ChatGPTs that can understand African languages. And then satellite imagery for agriculture, for solar, for so many things, for infrastructure can be used. We are not able to understand the amount of populations that we have because our census on the continent is not so good. So there are actually people who are working on satellite imagery that, machine learning on satellite imagery that can actually detect rooftops, and then you can be able to predict how much the population is in that particular. You can look historically and then be able to project how much the population has grown in that particular country. That's really good for planning, right? Economic planning. So next slide. Yeah, so, the potential that they say that AI is going to bring to the world by, 2030 is about 15 trillion. So that's like another US, into the global economy. Next slide. Yeah, and so we built a platform for this. Next slide. Just, yeah, so there's enough, we have a lot of human-wildlife conflict on the continent. We saw a very nice film about that, and there's a lot of AI can be used for that to predict when that would happen and solve that. Next slide. Voices I mentioned, next, can be used for farmers. Skin, one of the projects that we did is like actually collect some of the images on skin disease, because most dermatology AI apps can't work on African skin. Next slide. It can be used for maritime security. Next slide. And then for animal conservation, you can actually use drone imagery to understand where the animals are and avoid poaching. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned, in the energy space, most of Africa is not secure with that. Then you can figure out where to actually put solar panels. Next slide. Next. Yeah, and then so for the creative space, next slide. So these are actually images I just got today from DALL-E, right? But then you realize that I only got this image when I asked it to refer Africa to the US. When you had asked it before, it would only show hearts. And, so these are some of the things that creatives can actually do. If you create more content and put it onto teaching generative AI, then you can actually shorten the time that you do any particular project. You can create videos. I'm sure everybody here has used Midjourney or DALL-E and all. This is just an example. And then next slide. So this is also, I asked it today about come up with an image of a filmmaker from Malawi making a documentary, and I asked it to make a musician in Malawi, at a concert, and this is what it came up with. Next slide. So opportunities are a lot. One of the things is that we're trying to solve for employment on the continent, and there's a lot of gig work that is been created because of training AI. We actually, during COVID, gave income to about 100 young people in Kenya who were doing some of the projects for us, working on imagery from South Korea for safety, for making sure that people are wearing their safety belts in cars, to other cases. So of course, there's a challenge between the unsafe work and the work that is pretty much safe. And you find that, just next slide, a lot of the young people are actually able to they can work on their phones doing this work and make, a lot of the young people in probably like some areas only make less than $1, but you can make $2. It's gig work, you do it when you need. A lot of the people who we were engaging with, we realized were maybe graduate students or people in between work. They do it for a while, then move on to their next opportunity. Next slide. Yeah, so that's it. I think my time was up. Thanks. Just one or two questions.
Hey, everybody's still scared of AI, so it's pretty cool. The robots are gonna. I'm just gonna say, shout out because Malawi is feeling very lonely. Saying, I only ever go. We have Malawi on the screen, bro. So we have 2 Malawis there that are.
Actually, it's only a 6 hours drive from here to Malawi. So yesterday I told a friend of mine, like, dude, I'm feeling lonely, I'm alone and everything. He was like, where are you? Lusaka. I was like, I'll be there. So he's actually already here.
So now you have 2. Okay. Well, the next part is what happens when you have 3. Usually it's a joke when they say 3 Ugandans and a Zimbabwean walk into a bar. This is not a bar. There we go. Hello. Hey. Okay, quickly. I'm out of time, but tell us who you are.
My name is Lamek Luhanga. I'm from Malawi. I came to cover Dennis.
Wow. Look at that. Cool things. Okay, 2 Malawians. Well, there are 4 because there's 2 of the world on the screen. I'm still going to go with that one. So the next one, where 3 Ugandans in Lorna, okay, who's going to moderate this discussion. It also has, when I mention your names, please come to the stage. Emmanuel Rukundo, Fred Barungi, as well as Munyarazi Muzenda from Zimbabwe. Please make your way onto the stage. This discussion is a path chat, XRVR, African storytelling, and intangible heritage preservation. I remember we didn't do our exercise before. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, have we settled? No, okay.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Amlona Okeng. As I described myself earlier, I'll do that again. I'm a creative technologist and deeply invested in new frontiers of storytelling, but I'm also an inclusive innovation scholar, exploring the role of immersive technologies, augmented reality, virtual reality, also known as extended reality, and their role in preservation and documenting intangible heritage, especially for the continent. On the panel, I have a fantastic lineup of really interesting people. We have Emma Rukundo, and he will introduce himself and tell us a little bit about keepers. But then we also have Fred and Muzenda, who will also tell us a little bit about themselves, and yes, and then we'll jump into the context of this path chart. Emma?
My name is Rukundo Emmanuel. I am from Uganda. So we dive in now to keep us. Oh, I'm from Uganda, and I am a virtual reality, extended reality developer, and I create 360 videos and interactive CGI experiences for culture and heritage. Yeah.
My name is Fred Barunji. I'm an information technologist by training, but over the years, I did find that the creatives is actually where I belong more. Of course, information technology plugs well into the creatives as well, but I have since shifted into the arts, as I'll be explaining when I get to my project. Yeah, so I am a Ugandan, but I like to call myself African because what the project we shall be, I like to say I'm from Africa, not particularly Uganda, because I really want us to look at Africa as borderless, like someone mentioned. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to this panel discussion.
Mangwanani. My name is Munyaradzi Muzenda. I am an African from Zimbabwe. I am a creative thinker. I give birth to ideas, to dreams. And like I said before, a lot of people, they say they are marketers. Imagine if you are working maybe for a bakery or a water company. There's no need for you to say, I'm a marketer, because if someone is thirsty, you just buy the water. But if you're a marketer, you are marketing something people are not seeing. That's why I'm saying I want to market what is inside a person, a vision, a dream, a talent. So those are the people that we call marketers. So we have a big project that we are doing, and I think Freddie is going to elaborate on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And just to build some context for the discussion, again, to best appreciate how a lot of African cultures, and again, Africa is not a country, but it also could be a country, relate to spaces and objects. We need to understand what and where African heritage actually is. So a lot of us have probably had that statistic that over 90% of African artifacts live out of the continent in Western collections, in private collections and Western museums. And that is also really true because our understanding or appreciation of artifacts has always been physical objects, like something that is actually tangible. So when they say 90% of the artifacts sit in Western museums, it means we don't have any. But it also means that we have to, I think, reflect deeper and understand if our artifacts sit elsewhere, what then are we? Where is our heritage? And that brought me to the discovery of intangible heritage, that although we do have artifacts seated somewhere, those physical objects, and that also helps, and this helps shape the way we interact and relate with museums on the continent. Museums were keepers and custodians of objects, and that's how they have been designed. But looking at the way we interacted with our cultures and our heritage, it was not necessarily mostly intangible, it was also buried in the spaces that we lived, the places that we walked in, the food, the music, our fashion. And an object was just maybe a visible and a physical way of capturing it, but there was a multisensory collection of knowledge and wisdom that does not necessarily, that would not necessarily be captured if you just see a drum. So a drum was never really a drum. Now, the beauty about immersive technologies, virtual augmented reality are one of them. It's not necessarily new. There are tools and technological tools that we're seeing today, but going back in the way we culturally interacted, the way we documented, it was multisensory. As I mentioned before, it's our fashion, it's our music, it's our food that may not necessarily be trapped in a physical space, and it's not necessarily limited by time. So museums today, our museums find themselves at some kind of crossroad, because they can only accommodate a specific number of objects at a particular time. And it's limited by time, but it's also limited by space. That immersive then allows us to add the multiple layers to escort the artifact. And that is really the context of this particular discussion. That immersive technologies allowed us to add some of those layers, whether it's the sound, whether it was like the touch, to escort this particular object. But it also allowed us to take the museum out of a building, so it's in the streets. I like to term it the Museum of Ghosts, but it's in the places that we walk in everywhere that we have lived, everywhere that we have passed, is a collection of stories that we cannot see. These technologies allow us to then at least relay that, not just to preserve, to document, but also to repatriate. Two particular projects which are fascinating and that are quite fascinating are Keepers of the Forest, which Emma will be talking about, and it is going back into time to give us insight into how our forefathers and our people preserve their heritage, although that heritage may not be captured in a physical museum. So Emma will walk us through Keepers, and specifically talking about, again, how Keepers is preserving the intangible heritage, especially in line with climate change, conservation, and indigenous knowledge systems. Emma.
Thank you, Lona. Keepers of the Forest. So I'm from Uganda, in Kampala, the capital city. Though I originate from the southwestern part of the country, which is home to 50% of the world's mountain gorillas, and this very ancient forest called Bwindi that was inhabited by an indigenous tribe for centuries. So this tribe lived in this forest for centuries in harmony with nature and the mountain gorillas. So this project started. And one thing I must say is why I resonate with the themes is when the disruption happened, I sat down and thought, what can I go back and do home for my community? So I also pivoted into immersive storytelling. So there was a disruption, but it's also been a journey of renewal for me. It has taken me back to like the African roots. So Keepers of the Forest is an immersive experience that highlights the role of the Batwa, their lifestyle, their culture, and how they coexisted in harmony with nature. So, like to the Batwa, for example, trees were not just trees, you know. They buried their loved ones in trees. They buried their loved ones in trees. They also, their lifestyle and culture was so interesting that it enabled them to live in harmony with the mountain gorillas. So when I started diving into this story, one thing that was fascinating was, for example, when they buried their loved ones in trees, they imagined kind of like they would receive honey from heaven. So for them, trees were not just trees. Trees were homes. They had beehives in trees. Their homes, their children, they left children up in trees because the gorillas would pass underneath. But in 1991, they were evicted from the forest to create a national park. And they weren't compensated. And people don't know they played a very vital role. So we decided to document them as original conservationists of the forests. And so this experience takes us into their life, their culture, and how they really lived in harmony with the forest. Yeah. Anything I missed? Okay.
Thank you so much, Emma. My name yet again is Baronji Fred. I am presenting something quite different from what Emma's just presented. I am the Director, Coordination and Operations of the Great African Nut Banner. The Great African Nut Banner is, I like to call it the African Cup of Nations of Visual Art. It's a continental project that has been endorsed by the African Union. It is themed Africa, paint the Africa you want. I guess that's why the African Union picked interest in what we're trying to do. Essentially what we are trying to say, or what we're trying to do is, I like to approach it this way. We have had papers, academic papers presented about the Africa we want. We've listened to discussions before about the Africa we want. We've listened to music on the continent about the Africa we want. But we have not necessarily experienced the Africa we want through visual art. So what we're trying to do is we're engaging or calling upon the continent, each country on the continent, to pick a paintbrush, to pick a brush, paint, and canvas, and start to paint the Africa they want. We know that, we know that art speaks a universal language, just as music will communicate something to you, but art has a very interesting way it communicates, visual art in particular. Not to say that the other arts don't communicate, but our focus is on visual art. So the Africa you want is, it can be, the message can be put across through a visual art. And this is driven by what is called the Agenda 2063. And that is how the AU comes in. Because when we talk about painting the Africa we want, we very much connect or plug into the Agenda 2063 that is about the Africa we want. So a painting, we expect that, and the Agenda 2063 is about the 7 aspirations of the 7 aspirations. I don't know how many of you have come across that. I don't know how many of you know about the 7 aspirations of this continent. Many times what we know are the 17 SDGs, which are quite similar to the aspirations. That takes me to one of the achievements that I'll mention sometime, because we've done some work with UNDP because they noticed that when we talk about the Africa we want, in many ways we are touching the SDGs, because all of us want Africa that is, you know, that Africa that is sensitive to the gender. We need to have gender equality. We talk about the Africa where, you know, there's clean water and sanitation. Africa where the masses receive quality education. So the things that we talk about every single day that we wish for this continent, what we are trying to do this time around is to ask Africans to pick a brush and paint, to start putting that into art. And once we've done that, that will speak. It will be now art speaking to us. Like I said, we've listened to conversations about the Africa we want. We've listened to music communicating the Africa we want. We're now saying, let visual art speak to us about the Africa we want. Yeah, so on this journey, it's been a lot of things that have happened. Like I said, it's a continental project, so each African country is called upon to take part. And how this is going to happen is, just to run you quite quickly to the front, the ultimate goal is to create a 56-kilometer long art banner. That's ambitious. At least, you know, the guys we've talked to, including Google, but, you know, they told us ambitious is their middle name, because they've done massive projects, as you can imagine. Yeah, so each African country will be called upon to paint 1 kilometer worth of art. It starts with, of course, individual pieces that will join to form 1 kilometer. I'll give an example. Nigeria will create its 1 kilometer of art, individual pieces that will join into 1 kilometer. Kenya will create its 1 kilometer. Uganda will create its 1 kilometer. So will Zambia and the rest of the countries on the continent. So it's 55 countries that are recognized by the African Union on the continent. So each of these 55 countries will create their 1 kilometer individual pieces that join into 1 kilometer. Now, once the 1 kilometers from each of these 55 countries have been created, they will join to form what we're now calling the Great African Art Banner. And that will be massive, as you can imagine. Just to add, perhaps, when we started on this, we did not know that there was such a thing as the Africans in the diaspora as a country, now recognized by the UN. Yeah, so it has since become a 56, it was initially 55 kilometers, it's now a 50, we call it a 55 plus 1. So it's a 56-kilometer long art banner. And this will be visions, aspirations, hopes that we talk about every single day, artistically or creatively projected or put out there. And you can imagine that will be a huge statement. It will speak to, like in my introduction, I talked about a borderless Africa. It will speak to, that banner alone will speak to the unity that we need to have as Africans. Because when we have that banner, then that is a message that we're putting forth, that we need to be united, we need to be as one. It will speak to our heritage, because I'm very sure the art that will be created will speak to the cultures. Many times we talk about the Africa we want, and one of the things that sticks out strongly is our culture, traditions, and heritage. So I'm very sure the art that we shall see, there will be a lot that will speak to the culture and heritage. Yeah, so that's what we're trying to do. And when we came up with this idea, there were a couple of challenges, and the biggest challenge was when we read, we found out that no one had done anything like this before. So that was a good thing in as far as originality is concerned, but it also doubled as a challenge because we didn't have a benchmark, you know? So that got us into, because we needed to understand this before we would embark on the journey, because as you can see, it's an ambitious, massive project. So we decided to create what we're calling a mock banner. And we did this in Uganda with students, randomly engaged them. We first of all asked them what the Africa they want, because the painting is just the end game. But we need first of all to have a conversation with whoever is going to take part in this. Have a conversation with them, ask them the Africa they want, and then of course, you know, ask them to sketch after that. Critically thinking about these things, because it's very easy for someone to ask you the Africa you want and you quickly delve into, you know, good medication, you know, good schools. But we want to first of all, we want to precede this with critical thinking first. And then of course, once this has been done, like we did when we were creating the mock banner, we get into the sketching. The sketching happened. So the real painting of the mock banner was the ultimate. And in the process of creating the mock banner, there was a lot that we learned along the way. I will tell you, for example, I learned that, and it's basic for the artist, I didn't know that art pieces have to be signed off. It's a basic thing, because these pieces were created, but realized that they were not signed off. Like I said, I'm an information technologist by training, so I'm learning a lot in this space as well as I implement this project. So yeah, so we created the mock banner, here it is. And there was a lot that we learned creating this banner. As you can see, when you look at each of these pieces, I'm very sure it will communicate something to you. So that is now art speaking to us. Music has spoken to us for generations. It still speaks to us. We've had theater about the Africa we want. We're now saying let a painting speak to us. And so we created the mock banner, and we've learned a lot on the journey. But this has made our work much easier, because when we go pitching this, it's now easier for people to understand what we're trying to do. I mentioned something about the challenges, and one of the other challenge we've been facing is, since this is a very ambitious and massive project, you sometimes talk to people and they look at you and it feels like, you know, you're doing something that is supposed to be in Mars or something like that. So when we came up with a mock banner, this has made our work much easier. But I'm very sure when you look at the paintings of the mock banner, you begin to come up with ideas on you know, the Africa you want, and how that can be put into a painting, or how that can be put together into what we're calling a visual painting. Yeah, so that is what we're doing. We're trying to do. This is only the beginning, as you can imagine. We are going to, we shall create 56 kilometers worth of art. And that is massive. Africa Unity will be there, as you can imagine. The cultures of Africa will be portrayed artistically and creatively. There's going to be, we want to create a movement, a visual art movement. For those of you that in art, that are in the art space, you know that our art on the continent is not fetching as much as what art in Europe and probably in the US is fetching. So we know that once we've done this, it will be a statement. People will stop and look at what we've done, and we know that the art that will appear on this banner will possibly be some of the art that people will pick interest in and possibly start to buy our art. So it's more of a statement, but also something that should ignite a conversation about all of us, the Africa that we want, and then hopefully turn the visual art space upside down so that we can see something like something we've never seen before. So that's what we're trying to do. And we're in the business of doing the out of the box kind of things. So when we created this mock banner, we decided to launch this project this year on the 25th of May. And we said, since we now have a mock banner, what we're going to do is, how about we take this mock banner to the highest, the peak of the highest mountain on the continent, and that is none other than the Kilimanjaro. So 25th of this year, we took it up the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro. It's called the Huru Peak, and it took us. It's a week hike to the peak of Kilimanjaro. 5 days, and of course 2 days you descend, but you do 5 days upwards and then 2 days downwards. And it was tough. I've talked to people and I've told them it's the toughest thing I've done all my life. But I kept going because I was doing this for Africa. I wanted to get to the peak of Kilimanjaro. The peak of Kilimanjaro is called the roof of Africa because it's the highest you can get. So we go to the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro and unveiled the mock banner. As you can see, it's a continental project, so each of us were carrying our flags, because we were not just doing this for the project, but we were seeing every one of us as much as we had our flags, but we were all one. And as you can see, there's Zimbabwe represented, there's Ethiopia there, there's Uganda, as you'll see, and that is, I call that the final stretch. As you can see, the highest point is up there, the Huru Peak, almost getting there. So we eventually got there, and when we got there, we exhibited the mock banner. Of course, we had the socials buzzing, our social media buzzing as we're doing all of this. And we made a statement. And this actually got the AU much more interested in what we're trying to do. Because that was Africa marching, the various countries marching, going to the peak of the highest mountain on the continent and making a statement. Remember, this is driven by the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. So all of that put together did fascinate the AU, and they said they're going to work with us. They're going to do everything possible to see to it that this project sees the light of day. So that's basically what we're about. Very ambitious. It does get a bit scary sometimes, but we are ready to walk this journey. We believe that we believe that this is one of the things that we can give this continent as a legacy. And we know that the people that will come after us will see what we've done and probably be proud. When we look, I know after so many years, we shall look back and we shall be proud of what we've done. Yes, so that is what we are. I'm going to request Mr. Munya Munyaratsi here. He's actually the author of this idea. This is a Zimbabwean idea. He authored this idea. He traversed a couple of countries on the continent, and for some reason, it wasn't bought as much as it was bought when he came to Uganda. So when he comes to Uganda, we link up, and I'm like, wow, I love the idea already. Indeed, I've not seen Africa projected in a visual art kind of way. So he is here. He's going to tell his story, but that is what it is. That is what we're doing. We now have a mock band, and we're already engaging. We're engaging Kenyans. We are working with, we hiked the mountain with Yasin Juma. Our hike up the mountain was recorded, and the documentary is coming out soon. Yasin Juma is working on it. And when it's ready, definitely we shall see how we get all of you notified. But that's how the journey has been. And over to you, Mr. Munya, for a word or a couple of words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We call Freddy Barunji, we don't call him Freddy Barunji. We call him the general when it comes to this particular project. Then the other thing, I am not the author of this idea. We are God's vessels. God tests us before he gives us an assignment. When you pass the test, he will then give you the assignments. So we are just like a pot that we use to cook. So God uses us to accomplish his assignments. But just to add on this particular project, the size of each painting is 56 centimeters by 63. 56 depicting 55 plus 1 countries that we have, including the diaspora. Then 63 centimeters depicting the year AU was formed. AU was formed in 1963. So that 63 depicts the year AU was formed. Then also 63 depicting Agenda 2063, the year 2063, where AU will be turning 100 years. But this particular project was inspired by the 2010 World Cup. During 2010 World Cup, we did an art banner that was, each painting was 54 centimeters by 80 centimeters. 54 depicting the 54 nations that we had then. Then 80 centimeters depicting the 80 years that Africa had to wait to have the first World Cup. So regarding this particular project, we are going to have, in fact, it is not a banner, it is a collection of visions, dreams, aspirations, imaginations. And for us to have a 56-kilometer art banner, we need to have 168,000 dreams. So on this particular platform, we want to collect your dreams about the Africa you want. I think we are going to have a session in the afternoon regarding that. Then when it is collected, I think you write it down, you do an audio, and you do a video. Then it will be given. I think here, do we have some visual artists here? Visual artists are wonderful. I think we are going to do a pilot project regarding that. But this banner, when it is completed, it becomes our heritage. And this particular project is a project for Africa's 6 generations. we have picked first generation. We are saying those people who were born in 1963. 1963 to 1969 is a generation. 1970 to 1979 is a generation. 1980 to 1989 is a generation. 1990 to 1999 is another generation. Then 2000 to 2010, that's another generation. And this is the generation that is going to transform the Africa we want. So what we have done is, as GAB, the project has been endorsed by AU. It is up to us now to collaborate. And at the end of the day, out of each and every painting, someone can compose a song. Someone can do storytelling. Someone can do a movie. Someone can, there are a lot of things, those who are into fashion. So there are a lot of jobs that are going to be created out of this particular project. And we are going to have a museum where we are going to keep this particular banner. And after 4 years, we are going to have a 56-kilometer art banner. So we are inviting you to be part and parcel of this particular project. And okay, there's also one thing that I would like, a testimony that I would like also to share with you. The way we met with Lorna. That's how God connects to people. Lorna did something out of this world, and I would like to give a testimony. She was with UNDP. Then when UNDP, they had promised to fund us about 100,000. And UNDP, they didn't fund that 100,000. You know what Lorna did? She said, Muzenda, UNDP, they are funding other programs that doesn't even have an impact. So I am in love with GAB. So I am resigning from UNDP to be part and parcel of the great African art banner. She was earning big monies, but she said, that's not where my heart is. She resigned. How many of us can do that? So let us clap hands for Lorna.
Muzenda, TMI, but thank you so much for that. We have only 2 minutes left, but there's, as Fred and Muzenda mentioned, there is a session in the afternoon really to capture, I said GAB is documenting our intangible futures. It's a generational assignment. 40 years from now, we're collectively dreaming, and this is I think the first opportunity that we have a canvas to collectively imagine Africa's futures towards the 2063 AU agenda, so that's 40 years from now. So that's happening in the afternoon, but I would like to wrap up with bringing it back to Emma. Emma, if you could just highlight how immersive storytelling roots are strongly interconnected with the indigenous structures based on your experience building keepers of the forest.
So one thing we discovered was immersive storytelling. One is what makes XR the best medium for culture and heritage is because our heritage is intangible. There's a slide that has a tree, and because, as you said, most of our heritage is intangible. So VR and XR allows us to add layers of information. For example, when you go to Bwindi and hike and visit the mountain gorillas, you'll see no more trees, but you'll not know these people had beehives in there. They had tree houses, they buried their loved ones there. So in a virtual space, you get to add so many things, but XR also comes with interactivity, audio narration, so it's like 3 elements, experiencing multi-sensory elements of a story. And our storytelling, African storytelling, was interactive, it had touch. We were collective, we drummed collectively, we wore masks, kind of like avatars and what. So it was interactive, it was collective. You were an active participant. Lately, we've also discovered cave paintings were kind of immersive worlds. When you visit certain caves with your normal camera, the lighting is not good, you won't get the best picture because they were designed for people moving around in these caves or with lamps, you know. You'll experience it with a lamp as you move through the whole mural. And so that's what makes XR special, is it adds interactivity. And now traditional media is like today. In theater, you're separated from the actor. We are here acting and you're there. You have no part in the story. In VR, you explore the story, you become an active participant. And that's how we told stories back in the day. They were interactive, they were collective. And so that's why we are planning to use XR for culture and heritage. So digital heritage doesn't take away the physical. It adds more layers of information and it brings it to life in an interesting way. So they buried their loved ones in trees and imagined they would be feeding honey from heaven. So you can experience that in VR. When you go to Bwindi, you won't know that. You won't see some of those elements. So yeah, that's why XR is special for culture and intangible culture and heritage. The project is in development. We shot footage, we visited the natives, we shot 360 footage, and we are working on spatial audio. So you will be able to experience 360 audio, sounds of the forest, sounds of their music, and we're currently in post-production. We'll be launching early next year. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. What Emma also didn't mention is that the artifacts were built on generative AI, so that was also just emphasis on the opportunities that new technologies presents the continent in terms of storytelling and collapsing time. But we've come to the end of our session, and thank you so much for listening.
Let's do it, come on. You see, I told you I got dreams of becoming a preschool teacher. You know, it's not going to work out, no. The moment I speak, even negotiating with my nieces and nephews, it's just war. It's threats. It's messy. And at the end of the day, I just buy them ice cream because I'll have it. You know when, like on African Mother, when she has crazy thoughts like she's going to kill you? Or if she's beating you up so much and suddenly she buys you ice cream and chips, you're like, whoa, you almost killed me. And now I don't understand. Do you still love me? What's going on? So very, very exciting presentations that took place. Now the next discussion is Afrotopia Zambia path chat that's taking place. The intersection of art, technology, and social impact in African communities. And it's going to be moderated by the hub manager for Afrotopia Zambia, that is George Lupupa Mutale, and also on the panels are Hannah Celia, Humphrey Zimba, as well as all the way from Egypt, Ahmed Abdel Kader. Please make some noise for them as they make their way onto the stage. While they settle, just to tell you that just before lunch, we're going to have a group picture. So just, you know, if you like to have pictures taken of you, sure. If you don't like, it's mandatory. Okay.
Justin, 1, 2. Justin. Wonder why my panel's so far away. Okay, good afternoon. My name is George Lupamtale, and of course the moderators mentioned that I'm the country representative for Afrotopia. So we are currently based in Zimbabwe. That's where our HQs are. And yes, so this is an exciting opportunity that we have a base here in Zambia, and looking forward to seeing how best we can help to digitize and also to help with digital creatives in the space that we have discovered in Zambia. So thank you all for coming, and look forward to this panel discussion. So here we have, through to introduce, or maybe to have some of my colleagues and some of my friends, some of who I met during the conference or during the gathering. And I would just allow them to introduce themselves, starting off with Ahmed.
Yes, this is Abdul Qadir Ahmed. I'm one of the founders and operators of Maqar and the Greek campus in Egypt, and Zamet as well. We've been working all the time for the past 10 years or 11 years with digital creators from different sides, and I'm here to present how we work with them, either from space enablement perspective and networking, or from a digital and technological perspective. And I'm very excited to be here with you today.
Right, thank you. Next, we have...
thank you. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Bonjour. Moi c'est Humphrey Zimba, co-founder and visionary of the first creative arts university in Zambia, the Open Window University for the Creative Arts, and CEO and co-founder of the first creative hub in Zambia, tagline Creative Hub. Delighted to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Hannah?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah, and I am a founder of an online business school for creatives. It's one of the youngest led initiatives in Southern Africa. Professionally, I've been a digital artist for over 6 years, and now entrepreneur. In my personal life, I write, create, and exhibit art. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. So today's conversation really is, we're going to break it down to 3 things. So we're talking about art, we're talking about technology, and also talking about social impact. And sort of like an icebreaker, I did mention this to the panelists, that Anna, what's the definition of technology? Zimba, what's your definition of art? And Ahmed, what's your definition of social impact? So just more like, not to go too much into details, but what's your definitions? Technology, art, and social impact.
I can go first, right? Art, in simple terms, well, I'm from academia, so I won't bore you with the boring definitions. In simple terms, I think it's just an expression of one's imagination. It's an expression of one's creativity. That's basically what art is. And this forms something powerful, something beautiful, something that invokes different emotions from different people. And it comes in different forms, of course. The ones that most of us know are the visual. We have the visual as well as the performing. So visual and performing. And then we know that art is made up of 3 components. It must have a subject, it must have form, and it must have content. So that's what art is.
How do you make technology sound fun? I guess my grandmother would call it modern witchcraft, but I think that technology is ever changing, and it's a tool that helps us imagine worlds, imagine our imaginations and bring them to life. It's ever changing, takes different forms. It can be in biology, different subjects, but I guess the end of it is to create things that we need.
Okay, I intentionally made sure I don't think of social impact before I speak, so it comes very naturally. So because as we were speaking earlier, I come from the others, like part of the spectrum where we are enterprise focused or institutionalizing everything that we're doing. So social impact for me is the result of anyone who does anything that's good. So if I start a bakery tomorrow and I employ 2 people and I sell bread to people, I am doing a good social impact and I'm paying the taxes, so I'm doing good social impact. And it goes with the spectrum from this side up until like eradicating a certain disease in a whole continent. So social impact is not bound by just being speaking in a very light manner and doing very, very nice apparent things. But if I have a factory and I'm employing 1,000 people in this factory, I'm doing great social impact. Even if this factory sells like clothing with a very big profit margin, still it gives a huge social impact. So social impact is the description of anyone who's doing anything that changes the world on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's dig into it. And I think with your definitions, so like I think what we were talking about is the traditional aspect. I think to define what that is that you have tradition in the context that you haven't fully explored how technology can help your business. And with the stories that we've shared, I think it was some of the stories that we've heard is that there was once a time when that was a traditional aspect. So in this case, you're a fashion person. How do you digitize that information? You are someone on the streets. We gave some examples of someone who sells buckets, for example, or maybe creative art. And from maybe just drawing from your story, Hannah, how has that helped you from beginning when you're exploring with the product that you have, from moving from tradition to digital? I think the biggest aspect that you can also touch on is how do you then monetize and how do you then leverage your technology for your platform? If we can just give some examples, then I'll throw it back to Humphrey.
Great. I guess just to give some background information for those who might not know what I do. Today I run an online business school for creatives, and really what we do is we make courses that relate with creatives in different African countries, starting with Zambia. And how I started off in this space, before running a school, I was a digital designer, self-taught, learning animation, 3D, off of YouTube. And mainly that's where I started off my journey. But with the work I do today, it's very saturated by a Western space. The biggest learning platforms are dominated by the US as well as Europe. And bringing a platform that can actually make courses that teach for the African narrative, but also help people monetize off of their skills is something that I work on a lot every day. But my transition through just being a creator, I know many of us in this room are creators, and sometimes the struggle is how do you monetize your journey? How do you actually make money or digitize from just a traditional space? And something that has worked for me has been through programs that help me just move my ideas into actually thinking about a business model. And I think, George, you are aware of some of the programs that I've been in, such as the Women in Tech program, in which you are moved from just thinking of things in a creative space, but actually looking at the ecosystem that you're in and how do you actually earn from these things. And I think a pivotal moment for me to actually start making a living out of what I was doing and helping creatives actually think and break out of their molds from just being creators to actually change makers for their communities was, aside being through programs, but also working with mentors that helped me understand what the economic space looks like, what does the industry look like, where are the opportunities for us. I hope I answered.
Yes, you have. And to tie it in, you did mention the program aspect, I think, which Ahmed, you come in very well, in that you're explaining to me that you have put certain processes and programs as well for women mostly, to see how best you can help them to digitize. But I think maybe you can speak a little from the practical point of view on your role as the organization and also just helping the community, but also with the drive to social impact.
Definitely, because when we started 11 years ago, so the whole thing was about the youth participation and the women inclusion in these spaces. And that included artists, included entrepreneurs and otherwise, and other people. So the movement from starting to have the space and where people can meet, collaborate, and innovate, this led us by 2020, like 9 years later, to start an online platform where we can actually give them the independence of having their own websites. And through these websites, the young entrepreneurs or the young creatives can express themselves and express their own identity by having their own existence and their own platforms. When the major platforms or similar platforms in the world mainly came from the West, like the biggest ones were Canadian and American, and we were paying in dollars when our currency was being devaluated. We were not having any local integrations, so the people, when they started using these platforms, they had to pay other thousands of dollars to other people to start doing some small tweaks and some small integrations, such as availing the Arabic language, which is just basic to deal in Egypt and in similar countries. So we started off with this platform to integrate and to enable these people to have their own identities with the local integrations and the local features, paying in the local currency, and starting to have this. And with like 3 years into this platform, we have 60% of the clients or the base that we serve are women, and we serve a lot of local creatives, because when the currency was devaluated, a lot of people went into local replacements to manufacturing. So they started wearing locally, they started using local products, and they started using all of this. And they didn't have a place to display this other than either paying in dollars to create a website that's pretty complex and does not fulfill their needs in terms of local integrations, or to sell through the global marketplaces such as Amazon and so forth. So when we created this space, people start utilizing it and you start building their own identities on it, and even had local integrations, so all the factors in the society and the ecosystem players would be on it in one place. And what we look at it, or how we look at it from a higher perspective, is that it is democratizing the internet. So the internet is not now a place just for people who have money and people who have very deep technical knowledge. No, if I am an artist, if I am a person who's working in fashion, and I just want to display my stuff and have my existence, receive payments, and do logistics, it should be easy for me to do this as if I'm opening an offline store. So this is the mission that we're going on right now, because we believe that with having our own tools, it gives us power, it gives us seat on the table, and it gives us space to talk and negotiate and get the best for us, rather than always being on the receiving end of the table.
Thank you so much. This is where I want to loop in Humphrey, and you did mention something around mindset change, and also that even as we're introducing these processes to someone whose adoption of technology is not easy for a lot of them. And you, I think that through your journey as well, you've seen how the challenge has been. Maybe you can highlight some of those challenges from your work, maybe from adoption of technology as well in some of the businesses, touching on what Amit said and also touching on what Hannah said.
Thank you for that. I use my personal experiences to be able to explain this. I started off as a contemporary artist and transitioned into photography. I started my photography when it was still analog. We used to process our films in the dark room. Had 12, 24, 36 exposure, and that was it. But then there came digital photography, and many of us transitioned into digital photography. There was, of course, there were so many advantages to that, and for us who embraced it, did so much more with it. You no longer had to rely on the 24, 36, 12 exposure. You could shoot as many as 1,000 photos and just choose 2 from that. So that's what technology does. And then I also transitioned, of course, from charcoal, from the traditional, the pictorial, to illustration, which is digital. That again comes with a lot of advantages. As a university, we set up the university just before COVID hit. And I was one of those proponents, those who believed in contact lessons, contact classes, because you know, as artists, it's hands-on and you need to be in the same room with your lecturers, with your trainers. And I thought it was going to be very difficult if we offered ODEL or ODL or online classes. But then COVID hit, and we're forced to embrace online training. And from then, we have seen the advantages. We've seen that it's okay to actually train people even if they're not in the same room with you, and they'll be able to get just as much as those who are getting the contact lessons. Of course, there are others who have not embraced technology. There are others who still don't believe that an artist can be built, can be helped if they are not in the same room as a trainer. Yeah, but I've seen the advantages. There are more advantages than disadvantages to it.
So more advantages, disadvantages.
More advantages.
Okay, at least there's hope for for those that are in the digital space. We had a very, very interesting chat around the content as well, and also I think maybe in our programming and also just the context level. But I think before we get into that, I'd like you, Hannah, to touch on one key component of what you've added to your platform. And this is something that we are strongly talking about on how much can we take from the West in terms of like education, and also because, I mean, for me as a content creator, I find most of my content from the West. But I like the aspect that you touched on, which was more like colonization of education. How are you doing that for in terms of like your content, even how you are helping in your programming for, and also just keeping the standard to be international standard. This I would like you to touch on, and also Humphrey as well to touch on as well. Yeah.
I think when we first started, and when I say we're a young team of 10, when we first started in the education space, we realized, especially in creative education, we realized that it's quite rigid and traditional. And we moved into a vocational space. So vocational spaces where you work with your hands, you're creating, you're sewing, you're designing clothing. And I remember the first time we walked into a vocational school here in Lusaka. We looked at their curriculum and we learned that they were learning Asian fashion, which kind of baffled us. I did fashion in my academic background. I did a degree in it. And I remember also learning British fashion. And there was a question that my lecturer posed, and she says, if you were in the 1900s, in the Victorian era, where would you be? And I was the only African person in the room. So I started to realize that we need to decolonize how education is being delivered in a lot of classrooms, both on an international and a local standard. And the first thing that we did is we piloted in the fashion space. And we said we were going to release a course called Zambian Fashion History. Now, this is quite a difficult course to create because Zambia is not really known to have a fashion culture. And most of our heritage has been diluted by a lot of things that we've adopted throughout the years. And this project, we had to work with educators, people in the art space, curators, Zambian homes to actually collect information over 200 years and make an actual course. But what does this mean? For us, we recreated these content using artificial intelligence, recreated images, and what we were really trying to say with this course is there must be a sense of belonging when students are learning. Vocational education space has been a curriculum that's been adopted since 1925, if you look deeper into the Zambian education system. And this isn't apparent or relevant to the world that we're going in today. So a huge part of what we do to democratize and decolonize education is putting local stories at the forefront of education. And for the sake of time, I think just how we're maintaining an international standard is we work both with educators locally and globally so that we have a whole curriculum process that's reviewed and then also up to standard and meeting compliances, regulations, both globally and locally.
Okay. I'm free to touch on that. We're talking about inclusion. And I think there was an aspect of, as in we urban benefit a lot, especially when it comes to connectivity. And also most of the products are tailored for the urban market. But how can we extend the reach to encompass everyone? So this including the rural areas and also to maximize social impact.
So as a university, we are quite intentional about breaking those barriers. It started with the development of our curricula. We have developed an African curricula. So we're dealing with African artifacts, we're dealing with symbolism, African symbolism, we're dealing with witchcraft. No, so many people wouldn't like to, but it's part of our culture. So we have embraced those things in our curricula because when I studied when I did my honors degree in visual communication, 99% of the material was Western, and that didn't help me a lot, and that's why we wanted to create and develop a curricula that would speak to an African child, and an African child would be able to relate. It would resonate with them well. So we did that, and then we've also embraced traditional leaders. They're actually the real curators, They are the ones who know this. They know the historical and cultural context. Art starts from the grassroots. The art that we talk about actually came from the rural areas, and right now there's a disconnect between the rural and the urban. So we want to work with those people right there. And we're intentional about it. So when we're talking about technology, and more often than not, we are appealing to the affluent, the elite, the people in the urban areas, and we're saying, let's get to the rural areas and teach them. Let's give them the tools to use, and they'll be able to communicate better. They'll be able to create better stories. I think they have rich stories, better stories than the people in the urban setups. So that's what we're trying to do, to break those barriers, and in doing so, real impact will be felt, will be seen. Real social impact is seen in the marginalized societies, those who are disregarded and are not considered in society. And I think that would really help if we went back to the rural areas.
Back to the rural areas. Ahmed, I'd like to bring you back on sustainability. And I think I like how you have, I think from the story, obviously there's been a lot of ups and downs, but as well as I think that maybe can speak a bit on sustainability for a business and also sustainability for an organization. I think in the conversation that we're having, we were looking at, for example, a solution like Hannah's, and also bringing back to Humphrey, and also mostly we were surrounded by innovation spaces as well. But there's also an aspect of fund, which comes in, and thank you so much. We rely on it, and it's really helped to kickstart most of the programming. But from your examples and how you have, I think we will speak a bit from the business side, from the startup side, also from an organizational point of view, on the sustainability side. What examples, or maybe what practical examples have you, or stories that you can help us to understand how your journey has been from becoming self-sustainable as an organization and also as a startup as well?
Okay, thank you for highlighting this. I have like a couple of points to point out to this, and when I speak about this, I would like to extend to like the privilege of being able to speak about this, to the agreement that I had with my partners, Sharif right there and Negi in Cairo, that we had the agreement since day one, 11 years ago, that if what we're doing does not have a road to sustainability independently, away from any grants, away from anything, we're not going to do it. And this is the advice we give to everyone. If you're doing something and the grant going to help you kickstart, going to help you in the first couple of years, if you don't have a roadmap or a pathway to sustainability, you're going to rely on grants forever. And this will not make any of what you're doing last any longer than what you're doing. And we actually have a couple of examples when we started in Egypt back in 2012, because we had a couple of competitors. They were huge competitors. We had a 200 square meter space, and they had spaces in downtown and bigger spaces, and they were funded by this German organization here or this Dutch organization there. And when the funding was cut, they closed down next day. But what we did, that we started small. We had our own funds. We started super small. We started in the smallest place we can imagine, like a space that would fit in one room that we have right now. And we started very slow, and we started building surely and slowly. And when we saw the opportunities to get grants, we took the grants, but we made sure that the grants are complementary to what we do. And they didn't change what we're going to do to look for, because starting as a hub, we're starting as a technology company, we get a lot of grants that, okay, don't focus on the expansion, for example, and this example may apply to Egypt only. Don't focus on the expansion of your spaces, just focus on the programs you run in the space. And we intentionally said, no, we don't have any power. This is just a 200 square meter space. It can close down at any point. We need to be big, we need to be strong, we need to have the power to sit on the table and negotiate. And right now, like 12 years or 11 years in the process, when there is a fund that is coming to Egypt, they sit with us and they speak with us and they tell us, okay, guys, these are our KPIs. These are the programs that we want to implement. And we tell them, okay, we can implement 1, 2, but 3, we will not be able to do it this way. And we go on brainstorming sessions with them in order to tailor what they want to do on how we want to do it. And we think we're in a very privileged space because we paid the cost of being super underfunded for a very long time, super underpaid as employees for a very long time, having a very small team doing everything for a very small time. But our acknowledgement or our intention that we're not going to rely on funds, because how we see the funds go in every organization, and they mean well, or I can't say they mean well, but by default, they paralyze the organization. They make it needing, the program is ending in 2024, so I need to make sure what I am fundraising for to sustain in 2025. And this program is ending in 2025, so I need to make sure how I'm going to sustain afterwards. And I had the big question, because in here, and yesterday, I got so very strong energy with the resistance and the independence and everything and all the big keywords, that I felt that we're doing this by default in Egypt, and maybe because we're in a war zone somehow and everything around us is talking about resistance. But when we went to the theater yesterday and we saw this amazing show, the first thing that came to mind is, this amazing show, are we paying for it fairly? Like, did this event give a proper budget and pay to this theater team properly? Or is this kind of partnership, okay, we will come here, just do the show, and probably we will facilitate the next fund to you? Because if this is the case, this is not sustainable at all. I don't know why you're laughing, so probably this is the case. Yeah, because actually, my plane ticket coming to here 14 hours from Cairo would be much more expensive than paying what they did yesterday. And what they did yesterday, like cut off one of the 3 Egyptians and pay these guys, and they will be able to be sustainable for 2 months, and they will be able to pay good salaries. And them selling these shows, thank you. And them selling these shows twice a month, 3 times a month, instead of putting all this effort for free every day, because nice people are coming from all around the world. Who's paying the rent? Who's paying for their salaries? Who's taking care of their parents? if we don't think about this, because this was the main thing I was thinking of yesterday. These are kids on the stage, and they're going to grow up and find that these bigger than life dreams are only dreams, and if they're unable to afford good housing, if they're unable to ride a car to go where they want to go, if they're unable to get married or to get kids, and they're only going to be nice people forever, this is probably not worth it, and it's only serving the agenda of someone who gets like some taxpayers to pay money to pay them, to stop them from taking a boat and going to them. So what I think, we have very strong opinions in Egypt about this, and we just want to make sure that, because I'm sorry I forgot your name, but I saw the show yesterday about the elephants, and you were speaking that this show is aired in big international places. So I thought, okay, this is a business model. He airs them, he gets money back, so he's able for, in the 5th movie or the 2nd or the 10th movie, he will not be needing a funding organization to pay, because he has a sustainable business model. And at that point, the funding organization will go to him and tell him, okay, please make this movie that way. He'll tell him, I'm sorry, I want to do it that way. They will say, okay, we will change the way we report, and we will give you the money anyway because we want to affiliate with you, not the other way around. And we have also this saying in Egypt, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, we have 2 minutes left. Yeah, that usually beggars are not choosers. This is a very big saying in Egypt. And we always ask ourselves, Sharif and myself and Negi, in this situation, are we beggars or choosers? Do we really need this, so we're going to bend? Or no, we don't need it anyway, so we're going to choose what we want to do and pay the price of that later. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, with 1 minute left, closing remarks. But also what I want you to add is what impact you want to leave. Not here, but the world. So we can start with you, Hannah. Close remarks, and then what impact you want to leave.
All right. I think the impact that I want to leave is for more young people to be able to see themselves succeed and see their stories shed light. And I think also with the work that we're doing today is we're getting into rigid traditional places and saying it doesn't have to be this way. Education can be shaped by ourselves. I think for many years, Africans, in my culture, we've seen education as liberating. However, I think that there are more ways, different ways that we can do that for ourselves by telling our stories. Thank you.
Love that.
Great. What I've been doing in the past few years is redefining what education is. I grew up in a family of medical doctors, engineers, and academicians, and it was very difficult to break away from the white and gold-collar careers, and those are the opportunities that I'm giving today's child. You know, that it is okay, it is cool, it is good to pursue these disciplines that are in the creative space, and there's a lot more that you can do in the creative space. So when we were growing up, creative related courses or disciplines were not cool, they were not good. You were a fool to take up that challenge, and parents would actually beat you into studying law or engineering and not these disciplines. But we're changing the narrative. Thank you. Nice.
Yeah, so just my closing part is my intention flying all the way to here is that we came with like collaboration opportunities. We came here to partner, and with seeing everything and with seeing the landscape, we have a lot of resources. We have a huge fintech arm sitting right there, and we have the Spaces knowledge for the past 11 years. So if you guys run Spaces, we can definitely host your teams in Cairo and show them around and show them how we run the Spaces, show them the technologies that we're having. We can even go on Zoom calls or whatsoever. We have our technology arm building websites for local creatives, for fashion designers. We can definitely hook you up with that. We have a lot of other resources. In Egypt, we've been hustling since 2011, so we have been trying to get into this resistance atmosphere and creating local alternatives to big powers in the world. And I know you hear about Regis in here, the big office spaces. And in Egypt, Regis was a dream for us. Now, Regis, we go with them, we compete on the same buildings that they want to take, and we win most of the time right now in Cairo. So we would love to be part of your success. We would love to be part of helping you win on all the levels. So please speak with us after Sharif's panel. He's going to have a great panel right now. So we're very happy to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And on that, we end this today's session. And thank you so much for the panelists for making it, and also for your points and your insight. That's very rich of you. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okay, what do we do? What do we do? Come on now. I just kind of think you guys really just want me to ask. It's sad, you know. It's a consent discussion, isn't it? It's like, yo, are we gonna do this? Yoo-hoo, okay. Now, every time, I'm very excited when you do it. So, very exciting points there. All the panelists very, very, very involved in as far as discussions is concerned. We're going to go into our next panel discussion. And we've got, and I'm going to mention as they come onto the stage, it's going to be moderated by Peter Ashai from Kenya. And it's going to include Sharif Hassan from Egypt, and Sharon Ochienyo from Kenya. And what they're talking about is disruptions and opportunities in the cultural and creative industry spaces. So give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so it's a pleasure to sit here in front of all of you to run this last session just before you dive in to your lunch. So we're going to be looking at disruptions and opportunities in the cultural and creative industries. And so just to set us off, I just want to read just a quick quote to set the stage. So as they say, the orange economy, or the creative and cultural industry, is a new economic frontier and growth area with great potential for youth employment, wealth creation, and growth. And the Africa, the UNDP, International Labour Organization statistics say that they project that the creative industries perhaps generate about 4.2 billion US in the African market, but it could do far much better. Perhaps is one of the things is if governments played their role in terms of right policies, and also in terms of having the right budgetary allocations to support the sector as it is in most other economies that benefit greatly from the creative industry. For instance, like in the US, the creative economy generates about, I think it's the number 5 in terms of contribution to the national GDP of the United States of America. So to start us off today, I have Sharif and Sharon, who are here with me, and I just want them to perhaps just do a quick introduction of who they are before then we come into the meat of the matter. And also then I should add that this will be a bit unusual presentation, because I'm not only moderating, but also I need to speak as well about what we do. So it's going to be different from the first earlier sessions that you saw. So thank you. So perhaps we start from your end. Okay, ladies first. Sharon, and you're looking resplendent.
Thank you very much. So I'm Sharon Ochieng from Kenya. I'm a researcher by profession and also a fashion model, as I had said earlier on. So I'm interested in fashion, and generally I'm interested in everything to do with fashion. Like, I'm not confined into only one circle of fashion, but I'm good at experimenting, collaborating, and networking with people in the fashion space. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharif Ashraf. First of all, thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this third version for me in African Crossroad. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for your efforts you did to create to us a safe space so we can learn and collaborate from each others. My name is Sharif Ashraf. I born and raised in Cairo, managing and co-founding Makar or MQR Spaces. We started back then in 2012 because of a personal need that we were looking for a space to meet and learn from like-minded people and collaborate together to create new stuff. And we didn't find our need, so we decided to start our space. We were young and we were full of energy, and we were just trying to find a suitable, safe space for us. So we started in a small place, and this small place turned out to be one of the biggest in Egypt, managing a company which is creating and managing workspaces with a total space size of 50,000 meters square. With 15 hubs around Egypt in different 4 cities, with a community full of creatives, entrepreneurs, and innovatives, dealing with each others and creating on daily basis and creating new opportunities and new companies and ideas as well. On the other side, I have founded other 2 companies. One is specialized in creating out-of-office events and retreats for communities and industries, and the other one is a facility management company focusing on fit-out, design, maintenance, and office supplies. Thank you so much.
All right, so I started off without giving an introduction of myself. So once again, my name is Peter Achaya. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. So about 3.5 years ago, exactly, I quit consulting practice that I was involved in, working in business strategy and partnerships development for people working in the real estate development space, to focus on working in the cultural industry, very specific to the visual art space in Nairobi, which, I mean, I've grown up really loving the arts, but as I work with real estate developers and architects, and particularly with a lot of exposure with hotel developers, I saw that every time they were coming up with a new hotel, they imported almost everything, the soft furnishings that go into the hotel. So just to understand, to put some context to this, in a hotel development such as what you see here, if you hear, say, this property here costed about $30 million to develop, only 40% is in the superstructure, the hard concrete that you see. 60% is in framing we call the FFE, the furniture, fit-outs, and equipment. So almost that 60%, or in this case, say, 60% of $30 million would come from overseas, importing from China, from the UK, and et cetera, et cetera. But then, with all, I've had people talking about African crafts, there's art, there are fashion designers. Therefore, who then are they left to supply? Because these are the largest volume developers. So out of that, I mean, I got so sort of like picked and act, and I said, you know what, something must shift, something must change. Someone must change not only the narrative, but take sort of like a mission, you know, to really educate industry about what is available. So with that and COVID and Black Lives Matter, then I developed a platform really to talk about these stories, a platform that I call the African Art Matters, which is on Instagram, that I use as a research practice to showcase and tell stories about what African creatives, particularly visual artists, are doing, not only in Africa, but globally. I'll say one more thing before I dive back to my co-panelists. So why visual arts? Because there's already a lot that other people are doing around the crafts and commercial art space. But visual art really is the least understood of the kids within that large family, you know, that we call the arts, culture, and crafts industry. And why do I say that? Because if you look at all policies in Kenya, by Africa Union, Africa Development Bank, they hardly talk about the visual arts. But what is visual arts and what market does exist about it? It's a 57 billion USD market, according to Art Basel and Art Tactic report, which is published every year. So, and Africa's contribution share of that market is less than 1.5%, which they indeed share with the Caribbean. So, that then leads me to come back to Sharon to tell us about what she sees about the fashion ecosystem in Nairobi and how it's growing and what are the main drivers of that industry in Nairobi. Yes, Sharon.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So in Nairobi, Kenya, I would say fashion is a big thing, and we have very many upcoming designers, people who love fashion, models. Like, it's more of a movement, yeah. And also outside of Kenya and in Africa, also it's a movement. Every other country has upcoming designers. Every day they're coming up with new designs. They're original, they're authentic, and all that. So, but what I feel is we as people in the fashion space should work more on appreciating our culture and let's say our roots. Like, we should find our roots in whatever we do, because out there's so much replication, and we as Africans, we believe opportunities are only on international level, and we forget about who we are and what we have from where we are. Like now, let's say from Kenya, you might find so many designers, they might try to replicate the international designs, like let's say Gucci, you see. So that means like we lack that motivation and that vision of being Africans. So we get lost in trying to prove to the world who we are, but yet we already know who we are. Yeah. So that's it for me. But for Nairobi, I would say in a positive way, it's a big hub for African fashion, African models, and generally African fashion opportunities.
What are some of the main platforms that exist, you know, that say either budding or emerging fashion designers or brands are playing in platforms that, you know, help not only to amplify, but to create the real hard business opportunities. So, because sometimes people do these things more because it's a hobby thing, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we really want to see, are there platforms that really look at capitalizing on the opportunities that exist?
Yes, opportunities are there, and in Nairobi, we are so big on doing events. Every other month or every other weekend, we have like major events, and so many people turn out, like fashion enthusiasts. We have just generally everyone from the fashion industry, the stylists, people from the production side of fashion. So we have the platforms, and people usually come out in large numbers. They dress well, but to some extent, I would say even whatever they dress in when they come to these events, they don't communicate a language of, this is a Kenyan brand that I'm wearing. It's more of, let me just wear what I see on the TV. Let me wear what I feel is trending. but they're not really appreciating other Kenyan brands or other African brands that are existing. Yes.
I'll throw one more question to you before we move to Sharif. So, by way of example, I mean, what are these platforms that exist that say are regular or they're calendar events that people look forward to?
Let's say, for example, we have the Blankets and Wine event that usually happens in Nairobi, Kampala, and I think just the other month there was an edition in Rwanda. And another one is like the Thrift Social event.
The what?
Thrift Social event,
Yeah.
where generally mostly people in the fashion industry, they meet, they see performances, live performances. Yeah, and we also have each other.
Okay, we'll come back to you. So I want to quickly run to Sharif. So you work in the, let me call it, the infrastructure space, which is very important, you know, in the creative economy. And one of the big challenges that most creatives and innovators are facing across the continent, really, besides funding, is finding a space that can meet them on friendly terms, you know, where they can either showcase or they can find a meetup space or collaborative space, etc. So is your space friendly to creatives and artists in Egypt? And if there are, what are you doing that could be of you, I mean, interesting for us to learn from?
Okay. At the beginning, let me just clarify what is the definition of creatives, at least for myself, because usually we try to identify creatives as only people are working in media and fashion and music. However, creatives can be entrepreneurs, can be techies, can be change makers, can be leaders inside their companies, because those kind of people are trying to create a change and create impact, so they're trying to do something different. So for us, they are considered as creatives. Usually, opportunities and disruption happened inside spaces because of people usually trying to connect and talk to each other. Spaces can be work spaces, can be bars, can be restaurants, can be cafes, whatever. Usually, opportunities are born and raised inside the spaces. Our role is to make sure that these spaces are suitable for these kind of opportunities. We always try to foster and enhance and push on collaboration and partnership with each other. And we personally have a lot of opportunities. We can see that people with different backgrounds, different industries, talking with each other, creating a lot of different partnerships. These partnerships between different industries take the idea and the companies from a point to another. So definitely our role is to always to facilitate this kind of spaces and conversations. And also on the other side, we usually try to looking for unutilized spaces and underserved market, because most of people are looking for opportunities in the most needed or most known places. However, there is a lot of other opportunities in other unutilized spaces, and this is actually our value and our differentiation from other commercial, normal real estate companies. We are always trying to bring value, to bring people to these spaces, host showcases, support arts, support creatives, create different workshops, even for artists, like improv workshops, like acting workshops, and even stand-up comedy. All of these kind of arts and showcases are hosted inside these kind of spaces, which create a lot of opportunities for people and for the economy to flourish and to increase.
So I'm going to shoot one question to you, but I want Sharon to think about my next questions to her is about, is there a Nairobi fashion week or anything of that equivalence, you know, that you can talk about? So I want you to, I'm just teasing out, so as I throw one more question to Sharif. So I'll give a case study from Nairobi. There is there's a business in Nairobi very similar to yours. It's called Kofisi. it's about maybe 5 years old in Nairobi, now running perhaps 10 spaces in Nairobi, growing very, very fast, and then Dar es Salaam and then Lagos as well. And Kofisi have this partnership with an arts collective that come from a very challenging background, very similar to Barefoot, but these are visual artists. So Kofisi, in all their locations, they give Uweza Arts space to showcase their work. So number one, they buy their work. So far, they have acquired more than 100 pieces of art from this group. And secondly, they do offer them a space to have an annual event showcasing all their outlets in Nairobi. And three, they also help them to organize fundraising events that support their school fees and feeding programs for the underprivileged kids that are part of Uweza. I draw this case as a study, really just to try to understand. Do you have any sort of partnership that's similar to that, that's supported and helped to grow?
Yeah, reflecting on what you said, we have similar two events. We have a big event called Cairo Design Week.
Sorry?
Cairo Design Week.
Okay.
So it's a huge event for designers and artists hosted in different spaces, and definitely our space is part of this event. And on the other side, we have other event probably next weekend is supporting artists with their art painting, and the amounts of these painting are 100% donated to the children's in Gaza and supporting this kind of initiatives. So definitely we host this, and we keep trying to look for this kind of opportunities to make sure that they are on the right track and got the support needed to make them flourish and go big enough.
Okay, no, great. So I'll just, like I said, it's a very unusual panel. Sitting here to moderate, but also to say a bit about the kind of work we do, also with visual artists. So I work also as a researcher and a blogger, again, on African Art Matters. And just to give a case in point, I've been of the view that African governments miss out on huge opportunities to work with artists as cultural ambassadors, and also as those who are able to help open doors for them in international relations, particularly with investors. And why do I say that? Because artists and African art has presented, I think, the biggest opportunity right now in the global art ecosystem. If you, those who follow the arts, perhaps you could be aware that ArtX Lagos, which is an annual art fair held in Lagos, Nigeria, right now is pulling in all the big players from across the world into Nigeria, and it's a huge showcase of African art. If you go to, there's a large art fair ecosystem called Basel that has editions running all the way from Korea in Seoul and Miami and Basel, where the biggest trades really in art are taking place there. And the excitement about contemporary art from Africa on those platforms is huge, especially in the last 5 years, largely really due to an event very similar to Africa Crossroads. Because of 154, there is an affair from Africa called 154, which is, at that time, there was one continent and 54 meaning 54 countries. Of course, today we have a +1 or a +2, you know? And they have really pushed the African art agenda in the international art market systems. And last week, we had an Ethiopian artist called Julie Meretu, who in the last 1 month has broken the art auction record for Africa twice within a month. I think she sold last week for, I think, about 9 million USD. She's an Ethiopian-American female artist. And before last week, you could not hear of those numbers for an artist from Africa who is not, say, African-American, for that matter. But people like Julie Meretu, Wangeshi Mutu, Kaloki Nyamai, who buys their art? It's the investment bankers, it's the venture capitalists. We are here talking about issues and challenges around accessing capital, whether for our businesses and our ventures, or even investments for our governments. And I think there's a huge opportunity that's not being tapped by both our corporates and governments to find ways to work with these artists that are very much loved now by big collectors out in the West, and to find ways of using them as ambassadors and for projection of soft power, you know. And I think those are the kind of things that we need to tease out here. So whether we're looking at fashion or whether we are looking at platforms such as yourself that's bringing in artists, but remember that also investors are on those platforms. So I'm going to keep spicing the discussion with some of the insights that we draw out of the kind of work that we do. Yes, and that said, then again, I move back to Sharon to tell us about the Nairobi Fashion Week or anything of equivalence.
Okay. In relation to your question, I got an opportunity to attend the Kibera Fashion Week, which was held in Kibera in Nairobi. And I would say for a fact, it was amazing. And it was a free show that had so many designers, I think like 20 designers who had like 100 designs in total. So it was great, it was amazing. The models were perfect, the designs were amazing. And everything that was being made by the designers were original from Kenya. So I would say in Kenya, yes, in Kenya, we have the platforms, the opportunities, and let's say maybe some spaces, but we should explore more the fashion that is around our country and create more fashion shows. Not necessarily for every show to be called a fashion week event, but it's not even in the name only, but it is what is it about the fashion shows that happen in our country or in Nairobi. Yes.
I'd like you to give us a bit more context about the Kibera Fashion Week. For those, because more than half these guys don't know Kibera Fashion Week, and I think there's quite a big story about it that you can unpack.
Okay. Yeah. So the Kibera Fashion Week being held in Kibera, Kibera is known as one of the largest slums in Africa. And even in documentary channels, you can see like it's usually shown how bad it is in terms of dumping waste, in terms of how poverty is rampant in the same area. So the owner, the director of this show is called David Davido, and the brand is called Avido Likes Kenya. So for Avido, he comes from the slums, the Kibera slums. So he came up with an idea of trying to reach out creatives in the slums who can either sing, draw, create outfits and all that. So from that, he was able to tap into the fashion existence in the slums, and he was able to show the world that it is not about living in a slum, but it is about what you can show the world, what you can do, like what more can you do? Yeah.
I'm going to come to you because I want you to also talk. Is there a Nairobi Fashion Week or that died, you know? And if so, is something being done about it, you know? So while you're answering that, could I ask the guys, the technical team, could you just put for me the slide, you know, the last ones which have the newspaper clip? Thank you.
Nairobi Fashion Week.
Yes.
Okay. I used to hear more about it before COVID, but after COVID, so many fashion shows really went down. Okay. So currently, Nairobi is trying to pick up where it left. Yeah. So, but I think there is, but maybe the name has changed to something else. Because even currently, there's another fashion week that's happening. It's called Eco Fashion Week Kenya. Yes.
And what's that about?
It's about sustainability, using like sustainable fashions in creating opportunities, and also about recycling waste to produce outfits, and recycling mostly the jeans we wear. Yeah, because we have noticed that so many dumping sites, they have a lot of jeans, and jeans does not like decay. It does not, decay. Yeah.
So I'm going to throw one more to you, Sharif. I mean, how do you work with government? Do government love you? Do they support? Particularly, not even government. I'm more interested really in this Cairo metropolitan, because I believe that's where your base is. You know, if they have, I don't know if you have a county government or a mayor. You know, yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning, government did not understand what we are doing. So we had a mission to make sure that what we are doing is somehow appealing and understanding for different parties, not only for the government. Because even the normal people did not understand what we were trying to do. They usually trying to classify us as a library or a center for workshops and all of this stuff. So we were coming from a background, back then when we started like 11 years ago, there was no ecosystem, there was no entrepreneurs, there was no rise for artists and creatives. But now I believe there is a huge change in the mindset, not only for the government, but for the government, for the private sector, for the venture capitals, for the different industries. So I believe even the normal people and even the employees inside different corporates are now fully onboarded on what we are trying to do, on what is the meaning behind the entrepreneurial ecosystem, what is the meaning of ecosystem in general. So yes, we do work with the government with the different programs, same for the corporates and same for the personal and individual initiatives as well.
No, thank you. So the artists have also been known to be mirrors of our society. They work a lot in areas of activism, particularly in areas where many other people would shy off. You have seen in the past from George Floyd, we had artists who came to support the Black Lives Matter. You had artists coming out in Nigeria during the Lekki Tollgate, the deaths that happened like about, maybe it was 2 years ago. And now, of course, in just addressing the imbalance in news reporting on Gaza, you're seeing artists coming out really very strongly, to challenge the hegemony and the status quo in terms of news reporting. So those are some of the things that endear me really to the contemporary practice across Africa that is not understood. So artists are not only working to put money in their pockets, but indeed they are really carrying Africa on their backs on issues that other people would be very afraid of because they don't want to lose their business or their partnerships with those who could be of a different political view or persuasion. And that said, part of the work that I do is I started writing for this Pan-African magazine. It's the oldest African magazine, started in 1978. It's a sister publication of New Africa magazine. So every month I'm writing a report from Nairobi, focusing on the Nairobi art scene. So this was the first one that appeared in the month of November. The second one is going to come out early December. But in due course, so we will be coming to a city near you, also to see what's going on in your cities as well, and to be able to report on the local scene. So I think we're left with very few minutes, and I want to come back again to my panelists just to get the final words from them. And really, for me, it's about collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. How can we create borderless collaborations? You have a platform. I mean, there are all these people here, who are sitting here. I mean, is there an opportunity that you can see and in which we can come and take advantage, to learn from Egypt, to collaborate, to find partners, and so on and so forth? Yeah.
Yes, I see that this kind of event is a very good start for us all to collaborate with each others. I believe we all as individuals with our organization are doing a great job in our countries. However, we do not create a sufficient bridge between our African countries. I believe there is still a huge potential to collaborate between Cairo and Nairobi, Cairo and South Africa, Johannesburg, or whatever. I believe so on and so forth, without يعني naming a specific country, but still we need more fostering of this kind of collaboration.
Sorry, just because I want to make something very specific from you. Is there what exists right now that you think we can begin thinking about now? It's coming in the new year, you know, so it can be an announcement that can be made here. We've got this platform or this event that you think can be interesting for us to know.
I believe when we were talking right now about Nairobi Design Week or Nairobi Fashion Week, it's a great start, so we can connect Nairobi Design Week and Nairobi Fashion Week with Cairo Design Week and Cairo Fashion Week, and people start to collaborate with each other. And I believe this kind of events is the main reason, or the main reason behind this kind of events is this kind of collaboration. We all have a responsibility to connect with each others and to learn from each others to create better opportunities for our African countries and for our economy. So I believe we can start from this point. It's a really reasonable start for all of us, and I believe we all still can collaborate on much more opportunities.
So, because I know, Sharon, you also work with Liquid Lemon. What would you wish for these Crossroads seated here, you know, to look forward to from Liquid Lemon, and especially in the area of collaborations and how to access the Kenyan market?
Okay.
Partnerships.
Okay. Yeah. Accessing the Kenyan market is not that hard. So I think I can agree with whatever you've just said. So it's more of networking and collaborating and coming to such forums. And I would really love if people were not only on social media just reading from their phones or their laptops, but they should actively be present in such forums and talk and engage and communicate their needs, their wants, and just voicing out generally what they would like to see for a better Kenya. And about Liquid Lem, we are already international. We ship into other countries like Ghana, Nigeria. So you can find our contacts. We have our contacts. You can talk to us, and we can always send you the outfits. Yeah.
Okay, so for me, in closing, I mean, when I started out my practice 3 years ago, I asked myself a question: does African art matter? And why did I ask that question? Because in researching the market in Nairobi, whether you're looking at art exhibitions or you're looking at those who are collecting art, it's skewed heavily towards the expatriates in Nairobi. They're buying perhaps 70–80% of the art produced in Nairobi. But in terms of the content, the representation at the exhibitions and the galleries, it's again the expatriates, or if you find any other people who are local or the natives of Nairobi, they are very young people in their 30s. So my age group almost virtually don't exist in the discourse and in the exhibition space in Nairobi. So that for me is the mission that I've given myself to try and see how to change that narrative. And that said, I thank you all. Thank you to my panel. Yeah, I hope. Okay, sorry, I'm seeing there's a question.
Thank you, Peter. I really resonate with this discussion on a personal level. So I want to add something which I think we've not touched on in this panel, and I think is very crucial to what are the opportunities in the cultural and creative industries. So I work from a hub in Nairobi called Karen Village. It's a 10-acre space on the foot of Ngong Hills that hosts various enterprises in the cultural and creative industries. And there's two particular ones that are very related to this discussion. One is an organization called Ocean Soul. So what Ocean Soul does is they collect waste from the ocean and make plastic waste, flip-flops from the ocean, and make trinkets and key holders and sculptures. And they employ 300 people around the Ngong area doing this work. And every year, they export 2 to 3 containers full of that material into the United States, Australia, and other countries. 300 people are now living from this business, and it is serving a very real need in the Western world, which is, most of them buy these items as end-of-year gifts, Christmas gifts for their friends and family. And Ocean Soul has a partnership with the retail chains across the United States that are able to deliver these products into that market. So the opportunity there for me is, it's right there. Like, these products need to find their way into the Western markets where there's a natural, ready market, a ready demand for it. And something else you said also really connected with me. There's another painter, a visual artist at Karen Village. It's called Nedia Were. Nedia used to do paintings that in Nairobi he would sell one painting for I think $500, 50,000 shillings, yeah? But when his paintings found their way into the US market, and actually in the UK market, he sells one painting now for $35,000, yeah? So you can imagine what that does for his life. He's able to pay for his children's education. He's bought 2 cars. He's setting up a hub where he can train other painters to do this kind of work. So it completely transforms the ecosystem and, the life of the artist himself. So if you also look at the role that the diaspora plays in our economy right now, for example, in Kenya, and I like what she spoke about, that, for me it was also a learning that the diaspora is now the 55th country in the African Union. So when you're talking about Africa 154, maybe it should be 155, because the diaspora market, I think, within the Western world is, the people who connect with our culture, they live in a society that appreciates these products and has a demand for it. So we need to tap into that community of the diaspora within the Western world. In Kenya alone, the diaspora is now among the top 3 foreign exchange earners for our country. So I think my thought is, let's see how we can also consolidate these efforts across the continent and really look at how we can contribute to that space and also uplift the livelihoods of the artists in the process.
Great. So I'll just then summarize that by saying this just in reference to your question on the diaspora. So there's Raleigh Arts Gallery in Lagos, which have 2 outposts in Lagos. They did open in Los Angeles as well, just to really tap into the diaspora market. And lastly, 154 Art Fair is partly very big because they have Paris, New York, and London, and they're very big, very strong because largely the Africans in the diaspora are buying art from their fair. And with those, I must say thank you. And it was nice having you on this panel. Thank you all.
Yeah. My people were styling though. Yo, I was telling you, okay, this is opportunity. I loved everything that was talked about there. And but in my country, I always say, until I've gotten at least 5 million Zimbabweans to buy one of my products, yeah, I'm gonna wait on selling to you. I need my Zimbabweans to eat the best meat, and before I think of exporting the best meat to the diaspora. Not to say we don't want you to have great meat. We have great meat, but Anyway, we're just gonna have our final session before we go for lunch, which is a screening of Who Heals the Healer. Sheila Chukolozi from Nigeria is going to present this particular film to us.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm that person that's between you and your lunch, but I hope that this is food for the mind. It's just going to be a video. This was made for the New York University. They were having a conversation about food and the politics of food and food migration. So my title is Homo sapien because I'm just a human being trying to make it And so this is a video that will explain what we'll come back to listen to on a panel that I'll be doing with some other people. So just enjoy. I want us all to close our eyes and think about the space inside. Dancers call that space negative space. It's all the space that is known and yet is out of sight. This is more a space you can feel than a space you can see. This space is called potential. It holds the tension between all we know of ourselves and all that we are yet to find out. It rests between what one has done and what one can do. Take a deep breath in and release. You can now open your eyes. My name is Sheila Chukwulozie. Welcome to my talk, Who Heals the Healer. In the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. John chapter 1, verse 14 of the King James Version Bible. The Word is the instrument through which that realization is first noticed and eventually fully acknowledged. The Word, the first gene, the first genius, the genius, a word that has come to mean exceptional, but originally formed from the Latin word which simply means source. Genius, commonly seen as exceptional fruit, is actually innate root, attendant spirit, present from one's birth, innate ability or inclination. By the late 16th century, it became clear that genius isn't something earned by hard work. In fact, it's something earned by existence. This means that the locus of genius attends to the first principle of any democratic concept, which is that, at the very least, we all come to be alive by our agency. And by that agency, we deserve a specific respect called dignity. So when did that change? When did genius leave the realm of the innate, and how did it find itself in the realm of the exceptional? And even more importantly, what does that have to do with healing? In 1498, a Portuguese sailor called Vasco da Gama landed his ship in Calicut, India. He was the first European to make the trip successfully, creating a direct sail route from Europe to either India, China, or Japan. As soon as he did that, the fortunes of indigo native to that region would begin to spin out of control. Indigo traveled from Southeast Asia into the Middle East, from which most probably, along with the spread of Islam, it moved into parts of Africa, eventually reaching the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade. By the mid-17th and 18th centuries, the French and the British had established extensive plantations in the West Indies. While the region was popularly known for sugar, coffee, and cotton plantations, the spread of indigo from India meant that it too began to be farmed across Jamaica, Barbados, Montserrat, Haiti, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. While high export duties hindered the crop's success in that region, other areas of indigo production were taking off. In 1738, the British officer and plantation owner George Lucas moved his family from Antigua to South Carolina. 6 years later, his 22-year-old daughter, Eliza Lucas,
successfully cultivated indigo on the family's Wapu plantation. Over the course of the next 2 decades, South Carolina began exporting more than 1 million pounds of indigo to its colonial headquarters in England, with a portion we exported into the Dutch Republic, Germany, and other countries. American indigo production created such a spike in the demand for slaves that up to 60% of enslaved persons during the 1700s were shipped to South Carolina. Thanks to the declaration of the Winya Indigo Society, more than 70,000 Senegambian slaves were exported to South Carolina in the second half of the 18th century. These people were brought not just for physical labor, but also for their knowledge of indigo production. Why am I telling you this? Because only the smallest, most tender parts of the indigo plant are used to make a dye that became so precious it turned the world on its head. In the way indigo itself transforms from plant to dye, we find that the effect it has on the world begins with the effect it has on itself. Harvested in September, tender indigo leaves are crushed in a mortar in order to release a colorless molecule called indican. The glycosidic bond between indican and indoxyl is broken by the physical act of crushing or pounding the leaves. After the leaves have been crushed, the blue sediments are rolled into balls which can be stored for many, many years or transported efficiently. In order to be useful for fabric, the balls must be liquefied, and then the liquid must be made soluble to allow its fastening to the cloth. The process begins with the separation of leaves from the stalk, after which industrial fans blow the plants into the air such that the breeze flings the light leaves further from the heavier stalks, sorting the two parts separately. After the leaves have been spread out for a few days, they are stored in straw bags to dry. Several days later, the leaves are piled into a meter-high compost to form what is referred to as a bedroom. Every 5 to 7 days, the compost is watered and stirred carefully to make sure that air is in contact with all parts of it. Now, because tap water can contain chemicals, groundwater is added to the mixture instead. And as the fermentation occurs, ammonia gas is produced in the atmosphere, making the piles become darker and darker. 2 temperature-regulating cylindrical straw objects, known as bozu in the Asian tradition, are then introduced into the center of the pile. As air temperature can reach as high as 60 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, the bozu store some of this heat and release it back into the air at night, when it may become too cold for fermentation to proceed. When the temperature gets too low, straw mat blankets called futon are used to cover the moldy compost. Like a child, the compost must be carefully observed. If it is too hot or too cold, it won't ferment properly. Once fermented, the leaves must now be turned into liquid form for a dyeing process to occur. Ash lye, lime, sake, and wheat bran are sometimes added to the vat to regulate the alkalinity required for the indigo white. Once the substance is liquefied, then begins the work of stirring to make sure that the fermented leaves do not settle at the bottom. Depending on the conditions of the water, the climate, the quality of the wood used for ash, or the mood of the bacteria present in the mixture, it takes a number of days before a thin skin called ainohana, the flower of the indigo, starts to form at the top of the vat, signaling that it is time for a second addition of lime. Every day, the bacteria in the vat are fed with ash lye and wheat bran. Once the flour in the vat reaches a certain stage, the dyer knows that it is time for the fabric to meet the fauna. When air comes into contact with the indoxil, oxidization turns the soluble liquid into dried, insoluble blue particles, so that what you see on the fabric at that point is bacteria that are no longer breathing. The blue cloth, once dried, becomes an exhibit of dead bacteria. This is precisely the genius of the indigo plant, that its most expensive value is its entire life cycle. As it was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, world without end. This is the way of the spiral. This is the way of the self-eating snake, the Ouroboros. This is the way of the fractal. And this is the way of the first principle. What is the first principle? A first principle is a basic assumption that cannot be deduced any further. Over 2,000 years ago, Aristotle, who you might know, defined a first principle as the first basis from which a thing is known. René Descartes, the French philosopher and scientist, embraced this approach with a method now called Cartesian doubt, in which he would systematically doubt everything he could possibly doubt until he was left with what he saw as purely indoubtable truths. Elon Musk has also somewhat popularized this concept as an innovative thought process that can cross over from science into strategy. But because I'm tired, truly I am tired of hearing about both Musk and Descartes, we must go into another time zone in the eastern parts of Nigeria, where the Igbo people have ruled themselves via first principle thinking for ages. In Igbo land, we have a saying, "Ụzụ amaghị etu esi akpụ ogene, ya na egbe anya n'odo." The blacksmith who does not know how to construct an ogene instrument should observe the tail of a kite. As you can see, these two are not the same. While a kite is often flat, an ogene must be hollow to produce sound. The Igbo people know this. However, they also know that beside 6 stands both 5 and 7. If you can reduce something into its most fundamental element, you will find that there are patterns essential to nature and therefore essential to life. Similarly, if you strip humans down to our most essential element, you may not find the same, but you may find the similar pattern that we share of taking in air and bringing it back out. Now, what does this have to do with healing? Healing as a concept is larger than the word itself. Unfortunately, medicine has become a synonym for pills. I don't know how this happened, but we are living in a world where we collectively believe that the only people capable of improving the condition of our health wear white lab coats. We have refused to break medicine down into all its divisible parts to find that its root word, mederi, means not only to cure or cut, but to remedy, to assuage, to comfort, and to amend. In his book, When Breath Becomes Air, Paul Kalanthi often said that his medical training taught him to believe himself as Lord over his patient. He put himself in a position where he believed he was expected to know better than the patient about the body that belonged to the patient. The English word for doctor, however, is from the root word doser, which is to teach. However, this word has completely eclipsed the other forms of teaching that have developed outside the Greco-Roman world. By tying healthcare to notions of development, coloniality has sought to decenter and marginalize non-Western healing systems, writes Chidiume in his essay, Amidst the Clinical Dissonance. You see, medicine is beyond a packet that crinkles. Medicine is beyond the white stuff. If broken down, medicine is supposed to reflect that one's life was always worth living, rather than come to be the reason one lives. A long time ago, I heard of a group of women somewhere in West Africa who would listen to a person's grief 3 times. And once the third story has been told, once the story has been told the 3rd time, they walk the person to the ocean. And then they ask the person to go deep into the ocean and tell the ocean their story. Now, if the person decides to survive the depths of the ocean and return, then it means the person has chosen to stay with life and must therefore leave the old story with death in the middle of the ocean. For in retelling the story remains alive, and one may never be able to live beyond the old story. In my own personal life, I know a story that I've told myself, the story of being an invalid, which is a word that is used to describe people often seeking care in a hospital. In my own personal experience, I have seen pharmaceutical solutions leaving me with long-term side effects that are more dangerous than the original illness. As a dancer, my major instrument is my body. You see, performing is not just my career, it is my calling. So when I started feeling unable to show up for myself due to these unimaginable stomach pains, I was near depressed. So I saw a doctor who described me a suite of antibiotic pills that just left me feeling sicker and sicker. And on one fateful day, after I was given some more extensive tests and some more antibiotics to take, I just said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I'd rather die than live like this. And so I threw everything in the bin. It took that much drama for me to remember that the first principle of pills is often plants. I found that aspirin is originally found in willow bark tree that also makes my face wash. Willow bark is responsible for what is called salicylic acid. It's the natural source. It's the first source. Quinine from the cinchona tree has been the primary treatment for malaria for centuries. Topical steroids for eczema are produced from yam or sisal, and manuka honey is gotten from bees who tap a strong antibiotic plant in New Zealand. I remember that I've seen people removing tapeworms with the same oil that was once claimed to be the unhealthiest fat to consume. Bitter cola has been the antidote to a lot of accidental poisoning around here. So much so that during my father's funeral, I was asked to carry bitter cola with me wherever I went for the fear of someone trying to poison me. It took me a while, but I realized that the people who live not only by the pill, but also by the food, aren't always the less educated or less civilized. Sometimes they are the ones living in the first principle, using their lives as living medicine and watching their bodies respond to various organic compounds until they come to know themselves through the very ailment that once threatened to weaken their own selves. Sure, let's be real. This is also the reason why there are so many quack doctors wasting lives with hoaxes and questionable prescriptions to simple illnesses that can probably be solved by a dose of antibiotics. However, we have to be honest with ourselves and ask, is the history of Western medicine eternally faultless and flawless? Why is it that when we want to talk about alternatives to Western medicine, we always have to bring about the danger of meeting fraudulent people? There are fraudulent people everywhere. I just watched Painkiller, the Netflix show that basically showed how this company, this family, spent years basically packaging meth in a pill and serving it to people as a solution to their problems, knowing very well that it was actually just a ladder to more problems. In Igbo land, our version of a doctor is called a dibia. However, one of my earliest relationships with that word was when my mom was talking to her sister, and she mentioned the word dibia. And I think it had to do with a family member of mine being one. And interested, I asked, oh, who is that? And all of a sudden, everybody just, both of them are just like, oh yeah, nothing. No, we didn't. And I was like, but, I mean, I'm a child, but I'm not deaf. But it's interesting how that sparked so much discomfort in the room. Unfortunately, because religion and healing have often reinforced each other, think the Irish Catholic missionaries who controlled the nursing of Igbo soldiers during the Biafran War. Because religion and healing have often been this close to each other, it has also meant that the perspective of healing from an Igbo worldview has been demonized and denigrated, along with its best solutions for locally specific ailments. This also means that where regulation and certification can solve the prevalence of fraudulent traditional healers, instead there is the instinctive disgust by the majority of Roman Catholic Igbos themselves who believe that traditional solutions are, one, simply non-competitive to Western medicine, and two, sinful in the eyes of God. Though the topic doesn't end here, my talk must find one for itself. Disease is a word that explains itself. Once a soul is not at home in its body, it lives in dis-ease. For the body does not condone self-abandonment and self-dismemberment. The body does not allow what Ray Chow calls self-recognition through self-deletion. Think about it. If you had a friend that wouldn't speak to you in a language you both knew and understood, would you stay? Or would you decide, I need to leave because the person talking to me is not actually talking to me in a way I can understand? Because it's not always just about the data, but how the data is presented. Sometimes when we feed our bodies with food presented as pills that are hostile to us, the body cannot hear itself. And the same goes for the mind. If we continue to feed our mind overstimulations that make the body live in perpetual heat and misalignment and chaos, how do we expect to live in peace? Some of these problems can only be diagnosed by our own self-reflection. It is not in cleaning the mirror that we take the stain off our teeth. It is in licking our teeth with our tongue that we get to the root of that problem. As Chinua Achebe says, one cannot say he has dried his body if he cannot say where the rain began to beat him. We must find the healers in each of ourselves, for we live in our genes and our genius exists there. We must elevate them to the level of their rightful intelligence, for within our genes lie our greatest genius. Susie Kasim says it concisely. He who creates a poison also has the cure. He who creates a virus has the antidote. He who creates chaos has the ability to create peace. He who sparks hate has the ability to transform it to love. He who creates misery has the ability to destroy it with kindness. He who creates sadness has the ability to convert it to happiness. He who creates darkness can be awakened to produce illumination. He who spreads fear can be shaken to spread comfort. Any problems created by the left hand of man can be solved with the right. For he who manifests anything has the ability to destroy it. Thank you for listening.
You guys did it again. Come on, let's do it. So before we do lunch, we're going to have a group picture outside. And then after the group picture, just to remind you of what's going to happen, we're going straight to our breakaway rooms. So I'm going to quickly tell you where the breakaway rooms are. The breakaway rooms, the preservation of localization and heritage, that's happening at 3 o'clock in here, the panel discussion. Then finding memory with Zahira is happening upstairs. Just if you go up the stairs, that's on at 4 o'clock. Africa 4.0 Systems Timeline with Saida Carter. That's happening if you, the door that's next to the banner. No, it's been changed. The door, yes, we'll explain. And then what's going to happen is with Kudzam Bayua, her presentation is the room that is just across there under the stairs. And that's happening at 4 o'clock. So that's what the setup is. I will come around the rooms to give you other updates on what's happening later today. We're going to take a picture outside, and then we're going to go for lunch. Okay, cool. So yeah, make some noise once again for Kumara. It's amazing. You'll be hearing a lot more of him during dinner, and the dinner is happening in here. And there's a DJ. Yeah, just give up. No, you never put your hand inside a woman's bag. You could find a snake. No, I remember getting it from my mom. She's like, go into my bag. Like, why? Anyway, or you might find a letter that says, kill Larry. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for coming to this panel discussion. The panel discussion is preservation and localization of African heritage. We've got Lisa Kibutu, who's the moderator, all the way from Kenya. And then we've got Sheila Chukwulozia. Great. Chukwulozia. You have to say the A. Okay, I just say Z, but you know, in Zimbabwe it would be just E. No. So thank you for the correction. And Tatenda Kanengodi. And then we've got Jay Shapiro. So hope you guys have a great discussion. I'll be floating in. I'll come back at some point, just for housekeeping issues. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Larry, for the introduction, for opening our session. And to my esteemed panelists, thank you so much, and can't wait to have an amazing conversation around culture. And I think with me, Jay and yes. Tatenda? Okay, great. Welcome. Okay, we'll do like just very, very quick, like guys, like not even half a minute, like 10-second introductions all around, please, and we'll start the session.
Hi everyone, my name is Teboho Mgwenya. I'm from South Africa. I own a startup company called Onke Solutions. Our work is based on preserving African languages through digital and print media. We have a project called Bantu Words, which aims to preserve languages. Initially, the project started in 2017. It was catering only South African languages. And in 2019, I had the privilege to be invited in the Crossroads in Sister City in Mombasa. That's when I got inspiration to include other African languages like Swahili, Bemba. And the project is still ongoing. And we are still striving to leave a solid legacy and preserve languages, to teach kids and adults that creating African-themed project, it's fun, it's cool, it's sexy, and we have no shame in what we do, and we continue striving.
I have the gold stick. Hi, my name is Sheila Chukwulozia. I am from Nigeria. I'm a Homo sapien, I'm a human being. I use art to express the things that are inside me so that I can find connection to the things outside me.
Hi, excuse me. I'm Jay. I'm also a Homo sapien. I also have no shame. On to you.
Hi, I'm Tatenda from Zimbabwe. I'm a media practitioner working within the arts and culture space. My work is centered around writing, research, documentaries. Thank you.
Yes, so we'll start at the very beginning. And that is just the historical context and current challenges that we find for ourselves as cultural practitioners. And I just wanted to know from each of you, how has the history of colonialism and post-colonialism impacted the preservation of African heritage? And what are the current threats to our sites and cultural practices. Sheila, you can start with that.
Okay. Could you repeat the first half?
Okay, just what the history of colonialism and post-colonial, well, what we call neo-colonialism, how is that affecting African heritage?
I think, first of all, colonialism and post-colonialism is like COVID and long COVID. I think they're kind of like, they're the same, or they're just traces. It's like when you draw something and you erase it, you can still see the tracing of the eraser. So you kind of have to decide if you want to turn over a new page or if you want to draw on that page. So, I mean, that's the first half of my answer, because I think that we need to find this, yes, we need to find our genius. We need to find our source. But we need to find new words that can contain new concepts, so we don't feel like we have to keep communication with the old concepts. I think that history is very important, because history allows us to see ourselves as people who survived time. I think that one thing that connects all human beings, this is my personal thought, I think that one thing that connects all human beings is a desire to endure. Whether consciously or subconsciously, I think human beings want to endure, because I think the concept of going through something that's painful is already, we already come to expect that as human beings. So the desire to endure is something that we want, because we want to survive the unsurvivable.
How did the impact threaten the heritage, our practices especially?
Yeah, is that okay? Because I'm
just continue.
So I think that we are back to what I was saying about the endurance. I think that because we have that desire to endure, and then we find ourselves in endurance. I think that we have to separate. We have to come to a point where we have to come to a point where we say, okay, this is something that has happened to us. I believe that colonialism is something that helped us take over, or at least took over our idea of what ourselves are. It affected our recognition of ourselves. It made us to see ourselves unclearly, or not to see ourselves at all, which is why I'm saying that we need to have new words to tell new stories, so that we can have new things to survive. We don't have to keep surviving the suffering or the definitions that other people have placed on us. I think that there is suffering in every, like in all aspects of life. But I think we have to come and find our own, so that we don't keep, I think I'm going to the answer of the question, actually, so that we don't, because why my mind is already there first, instead of sort of like sticking with the impact of colonization and colonialism, is that I think that we all know what colonialism has taken from us. We all know what colonization has done to us. I mean, is there anybody in this room that's not aware of what colonization has done? By show of hands, is there anyone that is not aware of what colonization has done? I think we need to now know how we can move forward. We need to know who we are without that word of colonization. We need to move beyond the delusion of thinking that every single blockage or every single bottleneck we face is because some people don't give us validation. We have to learn to validate ourselves, and I think that's the biggest thing that this word keeps taking from us, is the fact that even to be anti-colonial, we still need to refer to colonization in itself. And I think it's really tiring to have to keep going back and forth.
Satanda, in your communications, what do you think the impact has been? Yes.
Right, okay. I think coming from where I come from in Zimbabwe, I think shame is one of the impacts of colonialism in terms of our culture. Like she said, how we see ourselves. So that means everything that has to do with our culture was deemed inferior during colonization, as a result of colonization. So whether it's our languages, our outfits, traditional outfits, our music and everything, our heritage sites, a lot of people had a bit of fear around it. You know, they were seen as sacred. And so it's been a game of trying to instill confidence and pride in all those different aspects of our culture. So, you know, starting to take pride in speaking our language, because I know in Zimbabwe, people are actually ashamed of speaking Shona in schools. It's actually banned, which is really a shame. In some schools, they're like speaking English. So those are some of the impacts of colonialism on our culture and heritage. And I think it's been interesting that over the past maybe 10 or 20 years, there's been a sense of pride across the continent. I'm seeing, I know Nigeria, South Africa on a musical front, film, where we're starting to actually be confident in our own cultural products. Yeah.
And Jay, you've been faced head-on with the impact of what you have found since coming and working across the continent and seeing all the different aspects in a way that, I mean, you have the advantage of having almost a bird's eye view. What do you feel, or do you think that the impact has been in preserving our African culture, and what threats do you see happening on our sites and practices?
Look, I mean, I think panels are boring if everybody just agrees. And as the token Mzungu on the panel, and given there's only 6 people in the audience, I feel that I'm in a safe space to say that yes, colonialism, no doubt, horrible, terrible, many bad things. But it's not black and white. And I'm going to argue that the preservation of heritage that exists, I'm going to use Nairobi as an example, in our libraries, in our museums, were created by the colonizers. And similarly, the radio stations that we listen to the vernacular music on and the local dialects that is helping us to preserve our culture are going through the airwaves that are licensed through a legal system that was created by the colonizers. And so I think it's too easy just to say we should decolonize everything. And it's not black and white. And I think we need to recognize that there are some shades of gray, as unpopular as that view may be.
Yeah, I mean, so the question was, what's the impact in the preservation? What was the impact of the colonization on the preservation? And I think, hello? Anyway, so it's more to do with
providing the infrastructure for us to preserve. You know, we can argue about what's inside the museum, right? But the fact is the museum was built by them.
Yeah, so is it censoring what is pleasing to the colonial?
Well, as far as I know, the British aren't running the museum anymore.
Yeah, but yes, so, and the rest is in the British museums. So what's in our thing? And then,
in my opinion, I would say I'm from a born-free generation. I did witness the strikes, the marches, the tear gases, the police dogs during the slave apartheid days. And what I did witness is that colonialism stripped off our people a sense of pride, dignity, and land, most importantly. So it's still a work in progress to try and rebuild who we are and try to stop these tribal wars that are going on, because thanks to colonialism, people are undermining what black people can do. They say, oh, black people can't go to the moon, we are not engineers enough. So there's a lot of narrative that have to be overwritten by the slave masters and the previous leaders and previous regimes. So I believe the subject of colonialism is broad, and it really has to be shaken and be overwritten with positivity.
yeah, and I mean, I think it goes back to also what Jay was saying about this is like what are the positive things? I think one of the very positive things, for example, is that we're speaking English. And I guess this goes for the English colonies, right? Because if our Francophone or Portuguese brothers and sisters are here, we would not be able to communicate with them, even though now I think the Francophones are forcing themselves to speak English. And still, you see, it's a colonial dialect. Why aren't they enforcing? Okay, well, listen, you guys have heard my story. You're going to think that I just want to push Kiswahili on everybody, but it's really not that. It's spoken by over 10 million people. It has been made a UN world language. So the proof is in the pudding. But, you know, like, why not Kiswahili? Which would, like what happened in Tanzania. But look, what that also did to Tanzania was put them kind of behind the world in technology or something like that. And they're now having to learn English to be able to compete globally, right? So I think that's one of the impacts, and can also be used as a tool of preservation and the localization of the African heritage. Jay, I will start with you on this, on the technology in the preservation. So now let's take it to the next level. Let's quantum leap and see how does technology play a role in preserving, especially, I mean, we know in the tangible, but in the intangible.
Yeah, so I mean, we are a continent of youth, and the youth are digital natives, and this is how they consume media. And many of them don't have a connection to the heritage. My slides up? Maybe. This was hard to do even in the best of times. There we go. Let's go to slide 2 just for a minute. So anybody who sort of grew up in a village or playing outside, as kind of like everybody has done, you'll probably know the game Bano, right? Or marbles, as it's called in some places, or whatever, where you have marbles in the ground. And can you guys play the video? Just press play on that. It's hard to do with my hand, but you put your thumb in the ground and you hold your finger and you're shooting the marbles and trying to do that. And so what we've done is we've created a digital version. Oh, come on, guys, I shared it with you. It's not playing? Well, take my word for it that we made a version of that, and we did a version of Mancala, which again can be played with like pots in the dirt and just seeds. But again, we made a digital version, and because we did this sort of as a Afrofuturist thing, it's sort of a 21st, 22nd century kind of futuristic view of it, which is kind of cool. And then the other universal is music. And so we've created a game called Usiku Beats that is using local vernacular artists and songs that have a hard time reaching a larger audience. and putting them into
mic is working.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. How about, would you say like online is always the safest place for storage purposes? So the games that he's talking about, or anything that is being practiced now, like storing everything online, I feel like it's like, cloud, if that makes sense. I don't know if there'll ever be a technology that surpasses that, but I feel like it's a safe space that you can always access whatever you would have stored in the previous generation. I'm really not well versed in this.
I
but
kind of want to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the cloud is not really the cloud.
No.
The cloud is somewhere in like Arkansas, well maybe not Arkansas, but it's somewhere on a big data farm where lots of hard drives are actually consistently at risk of being overheated and causing a farm fire. So when they make you pay for storage, sometimes it's actually to be able to afford to keep those disks cool and to keep them safe. So it's interesting that there's just a lot of jargon about the internet world that makes us feel safe. So we have the story that our things are safe, but in reality, I don't know if they're much safer than burying your money under the ground.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that.
What do you think would be the role of technology if to now preserve all that you're trying to retrieve?
I believe technology, it's crucial and in terms of human evolution, because back in the days, people who used to live hieroglyphics in pyramids. Nowadays, we've evolved to technology, internet age, whereby we can create a digital footprint. And what I've noticed that leaving a mark about Africa, it's a need that the world needs. It's something the world needs to show that Africa has talent, has something to showcase. I've seen that when the Bantuwords app, I did the analytics and viewing the metrics, that over 20,000 downloads occurred from different regions across the world. Got people from Ireland, Wales, Yugoslavia, some countries' names I can't pronounce. But it kind of showed me that it's important to like make a digital footprint, because there's an audience out there waiting to know what's going on in Africa. So internet is a very crucial role plays a crucial role in terms of showcasing what we have and what we have to offer as a continent, as a people. So we have to continue like creating this trend of creating over the internet space, because like she said, it's a digital archive. One day, 1,000 years from now, someone will just open a website or some digital file and find all these precious informations about us, which will also inspire a new generations to create like, you know, create above what we've done before, over 1,000 years before. So it's a continuous trend that should be keep on inspiring, and we should work on it always.
Yeah, Jay, I want you
yeah.
to speak on that and to move on quickly on how you get the communities to adapt your games.
Yeah, I want to maybe step back for a minute if I can, and ask fundamentally, what do we mean by preserving culture, right? The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York has millions of artifacts from extinct cultures, from Egypt, etc., that are stored in warehouses. 99% of the Met's holdings are stored in warehouses that nobody ever sees. Is that preserved? There are Maasai villages outside the Masai Mara that are there exclusively for tourists to go and see and watch the Maasais jump up and down, but that's not how they live. Is that preserving the culture? Is saying to a 24-year-old Maasai, warrior who is now a social media consultant in Nairobi that he has to actually give up his DSTV and go back and move into a Manyara and drink a blood shake every morning? Is that preserving the culture? Like, what do we mean by preserving the culture in the first place? Or is it is culture ethereal anyhow, right? We look at the pictures from Samburu from 1950, whatever, and they're amazing, but it's gone, right? And do we mourn it, or do we say, no, it's development?
When we learned about culture, I'm referring to all my textbooks, my teachers must be so proud. The definition was culture is a way of living, culture is a way of life. So on your going back, if preserving culture, preserving a way of life, I think there's no better way to preserve a way of life than to make sure that that way of life continues to exist in the real life. Like, the best way, anthropologists often say that the best way to actually disseminate culture is to make sure that people are living the culture, to make sure that people, so I mean, I would think that preserving culture in that way would mean that to ensure that there is a life to live of newer generations in every society, keeping people alive and making sure that there is work and there is recognition and dignity for the people who are alive.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what Jay was saying, like, what is preservation of culture? And as an anthropologist, we go back to what is culture, right? So culture is it's an inherent value system that has been passed down for millions of years through our ancestors. So preservation of that knowledge is what is the preservation of the culture. So wearing a suit instead of a shuka does not take away the intangible, inherent culture of your ancestors. Not drinking that blood shake, not goat herding and hunting and gathering does not define culture, right? It's the intangible, it's the stories that make us exist, it is the stories that heal us. That's the culture, And so it will always be passed on because it's the way we give birth, it's the way we celebrate, it's the way we are, it's in our DNA. And so we're talking about the preservation of that. So it's a value system.
However, how do we feel, how does the intangible come to express itself as tangible?
I think it's exactly what you said, you live it.
Because your point about the suit, for instance, is a very interesting, like, to me, for instance, sometimes I wear wigs, for instance, and I have to have this conversation with people, right? But to some extent, for instance, wearing a suit can be okay, but when wearing a suit is now enforced as something one must do, I think that maybe that's where that impact of colonization and colonialism comes in, where the sort of the rules enforced by people outside of the culture are now come to be enforced by people within the culture as more important than any other rule. That, I think, is...
Yeah, and also, I think you can speak more on that, on how are you being able to even have the communities directly involved in the preservation of the culture in a way that, first of all, it's about even having the knowledge of the history, and I think you spoke a lot on that, is having the knowledge of the history is part of the cultural preservation, isn't it?
Yes, community involvement, it's quite important, because in my work, I do a lot of road shows, heritage events where I print out with partnership with NGOs. We print out books to give to kids to learn English through their mother tongues, which also it's a fruitful exercise in terms of making sure that they are proud of their culture, and it goes deeper than just community works. It's also like showcasing or that inspiring future generations that we can do. We are more than just singers and dancers. We are creators. So yeah.
I'm surprised nobody said it, but I think you preserve it through art, right?
Yeah,
it's
one of the
Faisal's documentaries, filmmaking. It's the hieroglyphs in Egypt that tell us about their society. It's about writing and books that we read from times gone past. I think that's how you preserve it.
So when we're saying, so how do we preserve those things? So we make sure that our sites stay accessible.
Not just that, but you have to keep them safe, for sure. But more importantly, contemporaneously, you have to make sure they're created and foster the creation of them to become those time capsules.
Maybe nobody said art because that was life before. That wasn't art. Because I think that sometimes that I try and understand why art is so ignored in the continent, but is so revered outside the continent, and it's highly paid for. And I think because there's an abundance of art, because art is our life. We sing when we're together. We make food when we're together. We dance because we're just together and there's air in the, like we make music out of nothing.
Right.
So it's our living culture to make art. However, I think that there might be other cultures where their cultures may not be so creative, but instead, like I always say it's interesting when I'm learning about classical stuff versus, let's say, contemporary. And I feel that the major distinction between classical and contemporary is the permission to improvise. Classical does not leave room for improvisation. But whatever is considered contemporary, even the Anglican Church may be considered contemporary. It's like the contemporary Catholicism,
right,
while Catholic is the classic. The classic is supposed to preserve and is supposed to keep rigid however, classic is not supposed to be affected by time. However, contemporary, the history of anything contemporary, you can go back to time and see that time changed something.
So let me give you one example of that. It's a Canadian example. There's an indigenous musician named Jeremy Dutcher. It's fantastic. Look him up if you ever get a chance. Who is from a small tribe in eastern Canada that is down to a couple hundred people. And there's very few people in the world who speak his dialect anymore. And he's a trained opera singer, as it happens. And for his master's dissertation, he went to the National Archives and he found these wax cylinder recordings of people from his tribe singing songs that were recorded by an archivist in the 1800s. And he then took those songs and reimagined them as contemporary, improvisational, modern kind of cool songs. And they're wonderful. And it became a huge hit in Canada. I'm sure you guys have all heard it. But what it did is it created a whole new generation, almost 200 years later, for the culture that is almost extinct.
Yeah, and I think that completely ties into what Sheila was saying. And in indigenous cultures, those were not art. Music wasn't art, it was a lived experience. We had to sing in childbirth, we had to sing in harvest. It just made the work easier. It gave us rhythm to do work and things like that. Those masks, that's why I get very shocked when I see masks, especially West African masks, in people's homes as art and decor, when I know that they're living spirits in those things. So that's not like, so the preservation of our lived experience, I think, is what you're trying to say, and it's not art.
But then where should those masks
like
where
people
should they
don't create.
The mask should be alive. So I know a mask maker because
Go ahead.
I studied with mask makers for about a year, and someone told me something very interesting. They said all the masks in museums are dead. Those are not museums, those are cemeteries, because masks are supposed to be outside, alive, embodied by local community members who understand that by putting on a mask, they become portals to another space. So a mask can actually be likened to, what are those things called when they hunt and then they empty those cabooses that people put on top of when they hunt the big antelopes, the antlers, and then they take out the insides and they hang them in their house.
Or the trophies.
Those are just trophies of conquering. They're actually not, they're not sites, because I think the thing about art, again, how people say art is life, is that art is often alive. It helps us to reflect our living experiences. But however, when the thing is so detached from the environment that makes it art, then people are actually reflecting something else that is not live.
But then to come back to the Met's warehouse, should
That's-
culture
that's-
just be preserved but not shared? You know, the Samburu masks, for example, you know, if they're only kept amongst the culture in the village and nobody ever sees them, then you're dependent upon hereditary reproduction for that culture to continue.
No, so it's exactly what you were saying. I mean, so like when you digitally archive those things where everybody can have access to it to see it digitally, but they should never possess them.
I think it all goes back to the point of colonization, the diaspora of our knowledge and arts. It's all about, we are not in charge of our creations. They are stored somewhere in a museum just for displays. While on the other side, those very artifacts hold a very personal connection with the people. So I think the subject of colonization is quite broad, and even in fact in this conversation is still occurring about we're not in charge of our artifacts, our natural resources, and our creations. So that's my point.
Tatenda, talk to us about how do we now engage the younger generation in embracing the preservation of our cultures when, at a time when they don't even know what it is and the narratives have not been changed. So it's like almost coming back to what you were saying, what's the preservation of what culture, because the narrative is already skewed. So it's, trust me, I've been in that space and it's like an extremely frustrating space. So how do you engage the youth?
I think one, education is a way in through the education system, because I think that's the one place or one of the places where they acquire knowledge for like over a few years. So I think like just including it in the curriculum, because there's really nothing, I can speak from a Zimbabwean context, we don't have much on that. So the only place where they probably consume culture is probably at home, if at all. So I think a way in through education, and then meeting them where they're at, what they enjoy, games, immersive experiences, but, tying them to a cultural experience, museum, virtual museums, experiences that through mediums they enjoy, like digital technology. I think that's one way of addressing it.
And I think, Jay, you can speak more with that, because I'm sure your engagement is majority youth,
Absolutely. And we use the games as an educational tool for the youth. But I fear that you're placing an unfair burden on the youth to preserve the culture of their cultures. And I'm going to use an example in Malaysia. There's a place called Carey Island that as a community, as a indigenous tribe that's quite distinct from the rest of Malaysia, has an amazing history of wood carving through their spirits of sculptures and masks, right? However, it's an island, and they ran out of wood, and they ran out of food, and they ran out of jobs. And so the tribe on the island is tiny now compared to what it once was. And none of the youth want to learn how to carve because they would rather make money in Kuala Lumpur and go to the cities. And so that practice has all but disappeared. They're down to, when I was last there, they were down to like the last 5 carvers, and they're all 75 years old kind of thing, right? And there's a couple of apprentices, but we're going to rely on these 2 kids that are now supposed to maintain this culture for this tribe through history. And so, yeah, I own a few of their masks, and I bought some of their sculptures, A, to give them money for supporting them, but also to try and preserve this amazing artwork that they've done. Have I killed the masks? Okay, maybe, but at least it exists.
But I think it's not to say that one cannot own dead things. It's just to know that they're dead as you own them. I own masks. Like I said, I did my work, so I have 3 particular masks that I used. I watched it be from wood to mask. I sat with the mask maker every day, and it was a fantastic experience. But at the end of the day, they're disconnected. They come to life. I see them sometimes when I go into my closet, and I'm like, these are I don't know how people can hang them, but these are spirits. When I hold them up and I do things with them, I understand what they do to me. So they're dead until they're alive. So maybe you have them now and they're not active, but maybe someone will discover them and activate them in a way that maybe you can't. It's just it's to say, let's not get it twisted. Let's not think that we put things in a museum and then say, look, it's just like the 19th century where it was in Cameroon and people were surrounded by a fire. It's not the same thing. They're different things.
Yeah, so I've personally went through an experience with the Vigongo. Gene Hackman is a famous actor, and he had purchased about 180 of them, and he recently returned them because there was kind of like an unrest in his home, but also because the people that Vigongos are like, what are those things of the native, the First Nations, kind of like totems, so they're like grave markers, right? And and each is carved completely differently, right? So they actually embody the spirit of the person that they embody. It carries the soul of the person until it's slowly released because they're made of wood, so the elements, it'll go through the elements in whatever, like 100 years, it'll all disappear. So that's how it's supposed to dissipate. And the sites are visited to tap into ancestral knowledge, right? Now, all those things went. So those communities right now in Kenya, they're the Mijikenda people of the coast, and they feel that their fate, like the way that they're not thriving, is because they are not rooted, that their ancestors are no longer with them and are not watching over them. So they needed those things returned. Now, watch this space. So they come to museums. The museum's like, these things are too beautiful, we have to preserve them. They fill them with tar and all these things so that the wood never deteriorates. And those spirits, they're all in the warehouses, and they're all under there. And so my professor and I were fighting to allow these things to go back to the communities, and the communities can identify. They know their people. So they say, yes, that's the marker, that's my family marker. That's my family marker. So they know where all these things belong. But yeah, so I'm like stuck. So is that a preservation?
Yeah, I don't think there's an answer. I don't think there's an answer. Yeah. We're certainly not going to come up with one in the next 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yeah.
But
so is that preservation? So like that's what I was saying. Like, so is that preservation, and as I said, the preservation is in the lived experience. The preservation is us being alive, is the resiliency of melanin, and to know that this is where that we are the culture, and we're curators of it. We are the preservers of it. And I think what has lacked I'd say especially in the African context, and maybe this came with colonialization, is the erasure of the curators. And we do not have them. We actually do not, and yet in every single culture, they were there, they were the culture keepers. And I think the South Africans would know the most about these culture keepers, and they were the storytellers. They're the artists amongst us. You guys have a high responsibility to be able to keep telling the stories and singing those songs, because there's medicine in those songs and in that art, and in, like telling the youth, you cannot just go play around with a mask and hang it on a wall.
That's related to what Jay said, like in terms of responsibility, right? So in Igbo culture, for instance, we gather together to tell stories. I mean, I say they because this is my mom's youth. And if someone is telling a story in a boring way, someone else has the right to stand up and shut that person up and start telling the story in a better way. And that person, there's no artist, like that's a regular woman with a regular job who's a mother, but just thinks she has a more interesting way of telling the story. So in my house, for instance, when they took the lights, when NEPA would take the light, my mom would sit us down and she would tell us the stories. That's actually how I grew my theatrical, and it's funny because she doesn't even love that I'm in theater. She wants me to obviously have a more lucrative job, but because
She's a
of
Nigerian mom.
because of how I'm raised, that's what I'm saying, is that everybody in their households, like even going back to your family now and telling them about this conference, there's a way that you can tell the story to them that it feels like an adventure of going to Lusaka, Zambia and seeing all these people.
But if I can call on Sheila's mom for a second, I think it's really important that you've referenced her, because we are at a completely unique point in history at the
crossroads.
moment. A crossroads, literally, where I think we have about 10 years. And, if you look at the median age being 20 at the moment, certainly in East Africa, right? 10 years from now, they'll be 30 and having their own kids and raising that next generation, and their parents will be dying off, and it will be gone. So many of these generations, so many of these cultures that have become tourist destinations and not cultures. And so the time is now, and I'm sorry to come back to you again, but I think I'm going to call upon filmmakers and photographers and songwriters, etc. We need to record now everything we can. And whenever I go, my father-in-law is 90 years old, and he grew up, he was from the Soviet Union, went through the blockade in St. Petersburg. Every time I go and see him, he doesn't know it, but I set my phone to record, and I get him telling stories, right? Because I just want to document it. And someday my kids may be interested, right? But he'll be gone.
To know their history, yeah.
So what would happen in, why 10 years?
Because then it goes to the next generation. I think the parents are gone, just based on life expectancy, right? If you look at small share farmers in Kenya, the median age is 60, the average life expectancy is 65, right? We literally have 10 years until that generation is gone, right? And the median age, the bulk of the population, that bulge, is 20 years old today, right? They're about to become parents and adults, right? And then it's their turn to take it over. And at the moment, they don't feel that connection, right? And so it's up to us to, I'm sorry, it's not even up to us. I'm including myself in that. As a Mzungu, it's up to you to do it, right? I'm trying to be a storyteller.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be a storyteller, but I recognize also that I am an outsider,
And what are you facing? What challenges are you facing in the community now? I mean, and especially, of course, South Africa, we know the entire apartheid history, and, we're watching a live genocide, of course, as we speak right now in Palestine. And what challenges are you facing in preserving that, especially with the youth in the communities?
I think the challenge that I would honestly say it's just like you mentioned, that there's some sacred knowledge that should not just be televised. It's tied with our roots, and the transition from going from the past to the present kind of disrupts old spirits. and then it kind of affects also the progress of the people. So we have to like be careful where we step on in terms of our workers. At the other end, be fearless and also transmit our messages to reshape the thinking of our people and the global community at large, that Africa will forever be in touch with its roots. And then, yeah, we just have to reshape the way we transmit our messages.
Yeah, Sheila, you had that saying about the roots. Just, can you repeat that?
Without a root, there's no root. And with no root, there's no roots. It's the same, but it's just that the roots are spelled differently.
Exactly.
R-O-U-T-E and R-O-O-T. So it's basically, to me, the word, so I like to come up with these things. So for instance, work in progress is also working progress. So it's something that has no beginning and has no end. It actually came to me when I was doing my fellowship and I was traveling. And it became so lonely at a point because I was alone going through so many different countries and trying to talk to mask makers who didn't actually find any spiritual connection with what they were doing. So
what Jay was saying,
yeah,
they were just making the art.
Exactly. Their own disconnection also, I felt it, and it got to me, and I just thought that the work I was doing was also very useless. So I remember just being in my room in Senegal and thinking that if there's no connection, there's no direction. And as well, if there's no direction, there's no connection. So if I'm saying that I can't find connection, then maybe what I need to do is find direction. Instead of waiting for these people to give me direction, I have to direct myself. So I moved from hard structures, which is like wood and bronze, and I moved into softer materials like cloth and textiles, because those are easier to survive through the time. Wood is such a heavy material. It's such an expensive material to deal with that if you're not paying for wood at the value of wood, you will ultimately experience some sense of like depression, because the work that you're doing, you will not be seeing the payoff for the work. And even paying people like what they're asking for, it's also not, it's just not enough. Like even what they're asking for, I understand that that's not enough for the amount of work it takes to show up and sit with this man from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. And back to what we're saying about preservation, I think what allows things to be preserved is actually, it correlates with what is transportable through time. So for instance, when we're talking about recording, I'm a filmmaker as well, and video files are so much heavier and so much more expensive to transport through time than audio files, which is why in the work that I do now, I like to keep sound more than I like to keep video, because video is really hard to hold on to. However, sonic archives, like I was doing a residency in London 3 years ago, and I discovered in the British Sound Library that they have an entire archive called, it's basically ethnographic sounds from West Africa. But all the recordings there, under title, they just have unknown artist, unknown artist, unknown art. And I just thought, imagine them coming to my hometown and recording, I don't know, a Burna Boy or Wizkid, and then going home and just being like, unknown artist.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it was, I'm going to go back to the tie-in. When you're talking about storing, preserving in clouds that are not actual clouds, that are actual sitting in Arkansas, or, you know, and preserving in games and working in the communities, I will always go back also to what you had said about our genus, right? And I think that is the ultimate storage. And our DNA cannot lie. It is the microchip with all the knowledge of millions of years of everything that we were, we are, and we will be. And if we just tap into the awareness of that, the knowledge is all there. And we can be, when you're silenced and are put under some hypnosis, you will have all that recollection. It's all in you. So continuing to learn and to know and to grow and to even modernize will never change that. Will never change who you are intrinsically as an African, well-rooted. And so, as in closing, I think Tatenda, you start, we'll just come this way. And just tell me, well, how does what, in the work that you do, what is, how do you impact the preservation and the localization of African heritage?
I think for me, because I'm also big on film, documenting stuff, so I was actually speaking to this guy, because I'm researching indigenous dance practices. And I was saying to him, these cultures are dying. Then he's like, no, they're not. And I was like really shocked. He's like, have you been to this place? Have you been to this place? These cultures are actually alive. So I think one thing I love about digital is that we're able to bring these things to a bigger audience, you know. So I think localization, I was also reflecting on it when he was saying, maybe the stuff in a New York museum, are we saying that culture is alive in its original place? You know, just something I'm reflecting on. But yeah, I think I'm really excited to just document everything right now through film and writing. I think it will definitely go a long way in terms of preserving the culture. Yeah.
Jay? So, first of all, I just want to clarify, Microsoft and Amazon both have cloud servers in South Africa, Nairobi, and Lagos. So it's not Arkansas.
Arkansas is just on the top of my mind. Arkansanians, I'm not sure.
The second point I want to make is how fascinating it is that last night in Lusaka in Zambia, at some, frankly, second-rate hotel, that people were dancing salsa to Cuban music and preserving that culture, right? And how far it has spread, right? And it is possible. And there was no museum forcing that. There was no Alliance Française encouraging them to do lessons or whatever, right? It was a pull rather than a push. And Burna Boy is a great example of creating that pull, because his music is now listened to around the world, right? On my playlist this morning, I was listening to Fela Kuti from Nigeria in the 1970s, right? That's preserving that culture, right? And so if it's good art, it will last, right?
So
and
the
I think
culture
that's the
can be
difference.
preserved in art.
Absolutely. Preferably good art.
Only good art. I'm just going to end like just what I've, instead of thinking about maybe just what my own work is, I think what has been generated through this conversation is that, one, I think it's important to include memory as a currency for why you do things. Like we said, maybe we've improved from 6 people in the audience to maybe 9 or 10 people in the audience. But most of all, this is for me. This is for you. This is a memory that I have of being in this conversation. And some cultures have this philosophy that your memory is actually what pulls you to become alive again. In reincarnative cultures, you're here to relive a memory. A short story, I was trying to get, I have about 10 tattoos, and I was looking for where to place the last. I knew I wanted one in the middle of my sternum. I didn't know why, but I was trying to choose between 2. And I knew very strongly the one I wanted, but then I asked my tattoo artist, and I was like, choose one, and she picked one. And I put it on my chest. And I was looking in the mirror, and I was like, I don't really know. I don't know if I wanted this one. And all of a sudden, I look up, and I have a birthmark that is exactly the symbol of the tattoo. Exactly. And I thought to myself, I've already made this decision before. I know that I have. So think about memory as a currency for why you do things and not just money. Then the second thing is seduction is a very important role in life making, not just art making. Make your life seductive for you. Do the things that bring you pleasure, even if they're painful at a certain point. If you know that they will become pleasurable, if you know that you enjoy transmuting a certain pain to pleasure, for instance, exercising. Pilates, it breaks me every time, but it heals me every time. So invest in things that elevate you because they remind you about how enjoyable it is to be a human in a human body.
Oh, wow,
that's a mouthful. I don't know how to. Yeah, but I think for my closing, I'd like to thank HIPO's Crossroads for creating a space where artists can just share their knowledge and insights of their experiences, and also encouraging other artists to be fearless in what they do, and also have it's in our DNA to overcome minor situations. Like we overcame civil wars in our countries respectively, and then here we are standing tall, and then also creating a memorable moment for the future generation, because I'm sure this live recording will be there in the archives for others to be inspired through it. So all I'm saying is let's just keep on moving forward and use these digital platforms to make sure Africa shines now and forever.
Yeah, so thank you all esteemed panelists for this amazing conversation. So we know that we need to seduce our next generations. And how do we make, I think Jay is a big part of making heritage seductive for the youth through games and through music and film from Tatenda. And that is that is the way we do for preservation and localization of cultural heritage. Thank you.